y'all. I'm a professional streamer, I promise. I know what I'm doing. It's a good thing it's only been a minute. I forgot to press the online or the go live. I'm a professional streamer, you guys. It's not like I haven't been doing this for the last year and a half almost. Oh my gosh. My vote has been cast to only the right answer. Yeah, too bad he's not. All right. Good morning, Lincoln, and hello, hunters, and welcome to Lincoln Online. Professional cutie. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Star. Welcome in. All right. I said hello, but I will say hello again because nobody heard me. Hello, Montoya. Hello, Saucy. Hello, Lady. Hello, Nina. Hello, Laquan. Hello, Cece. Hello, Kira. Did I say Kira twice? Hello, Imarashi. You'd never. Thank you. I thought I would do something a little bit different today since we're going deep in the underground. Yes, and hello, Star. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. All right, we do have a little friend with us today too. I'm gonna go ahead and get us. Well, for an unknown lad. Let's get me. Let's get me on the screen. Oh, hey guys. How's it going? Look who we have with us. We have an auto. Yeah, it's just me. It's just me doing a thing. Just me being me. You know how it is. You know how it be. You know how it do. I'm gonna move out just a little bit because boy. Oh, I guess we should do a quick Mira fashion lad so you guys can see what I'm wearing. I am wearing my normal attire. There is no dressing up these next 2 weeks. So my normal outfit, you guys, I hardly ever wear it except for the news. So here we are. This is what I'm wearing. This is my outfit. This is my regular normal outfit. My everyday real life outfit. Thought we could use a friend today since we're going deep in the underground. Deep in the underground. We're going in the world underneath. Hi, cat. This up here. Bring this up here. Regular Mira for story time. Heck yes. Mira slay. Thank you. Thank you. I try. I have my normal 10 out of 10. Going deep in Deepspace. Yeah. We're going deep in there. Getting deep in there. Deep in the space. Is everybody ready for a lot of reading today? Not a whole lot of interactive, but a lot of reading today. It looks like Xavier and Raphael are going to be first also. Tissue box, just in case. One boy is so sad. So I don't know. I'm gonna be 100% real with you guys. This is gonna be kind of an experiment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Been deep in space today, and I can say they're really freaking amazing. Okay, awesome. I'm not sure how long each of these stories are going to be, so we're going to play it by ear and kind of just take it one guy at a time, basically. I'm not entirely sure how it's gonna work out with all the discussion and everything. But it should be fairly straightforward, hopefully. It looks like non-biased. It looks like, oh no, it's wow. I'm gonna leave this up for a little while then, because we have a tie. I thought it was Raphael and Xavier, but it looks like it could be Sylus and Zayne too. All right. Uh-oh. If you haven't voted yet, vote on which one you want. To wait a couple others. Yes, yeah. Only read the first one, so oh, that's fair. Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go back to what I was saying. Voted for Kabuki. We will go guy by guy, so we're gonna take the last like 12 that they've done. I think it's like 12. And kind of go through those, and we'll go by guy, so whoever comes up first. Those are the two that we'll do first, and then we'll do the next two, and then we'll do the next two. That's kind of how we're gonna do it, just so we kind of can stay on topic with one guy in particular. We'll try to stay on track as much as possible, and we'll just get through whoever. We'll see how far 5 hours takes us, and then if it feels like we're not going to get anywhere after that, then we'll revisit these next stream as well. I haven't done the World Underneath online, or I haven't read them in person yet, so I don't know how long they're going to take with discussion and everything, so it'll be just kind of play it by ear. Hi, Nori! Happy to have you here. It is a very easy turn into theory stream. Yeah, we're going to try to stay on topic as much as possible. I have instructed the mods to try and keep conversation on topic as much as possible, not just for you guys, but for me as well, because I have a bad habit. Know that if you make a message and it's not on topic, I may skip over it, just to keep you guys aware that may happen. Also, be kind to our mods. They're going to work very hard. I know these chats bring in quite a bit of people, so we could have a ton of people watching and chatting. I'm trying to get the, yeah. I had one other thing that I was gonna say also. But if it must have not been that important if I can't remember what I was gonna say. if it comes back around, then I will say it, but I don't remember what it is going. Time. The chat is on slow mode for 15 seconds right now. If conversation gets too much for the mods to keep up, that time will go up. just be aware of that I could boost up the slow mode to 20-25 seconds depending on the request upon the mods. So just I want you guys to be aware that could be a thing that happens depending on how conversation goes. But right now it's on 15 seconds. And this is just to make sure to help our mods with everything. That's the end of my mom talk. Thank you for letting me use my mom voice for a second while I got this taken care of. I'm really excited. I'm always excited for World Underneath because it kind of gives, I think it gives us kind of an insight of what may be coming up in the future. So I'm really, really excited. I did see that we had Isaiah as one. We did have Grayson. I'm really excited for learning about Grayson more. That's for sure. Oh no! Oh, there we go. I was like, oh no, we still have a tie. Not the mom voice. I know, I don't like using my mom voice, but I have to make some executive decisions sometimes. And I need you guys to behave. Mommy voice for the You guys behave most times. All times. I guess I've never really had issues with you guys. So, but this is just FYI for all of you. I can use my, well, I don't. Maybe I shouldn't use my mommy voice. I was like, I could use my mommy voice, but I don't think I want to use my mommy voice. That's not exactly how long it saved. The slow mode will always. I return to the right choice when here. Slow mode will always be set to 10 to 15 seconds. And who doesn't? Just the mom voice here, not the mommy voice of mother. No. You guys don't want you. You guys don't want the ara ara. Grayson is too cute. I know. I'm really excited for Grayson. Montoya. You guys are too much. Stop, you guys are too much. Let me hear the ara ara. I want the ara, not ara ara. I don't even think I could do the ara ara. I'd be so embarrassed. I can feel myself blushing already just thinking about it. I'm like, oh, I could not subject myself to doing it. It's like secondhand cringe. Mother, we crave the forbidden cards. All right, did you guys make a poll? Who wants the Aura pass? Someday in character, maybe. Yeah, someday in character, maybe. It's fine, Mira. To be cringe, to be free. No. I'll leave. If you guys are interested in the Aura Aura, you guys can go follow my Arcane Waypoint, and maybe I'll do the Aura Aura on there. All your life to Aura Aura. I Aura Aura for fun around the house. No, Imarashi. I'm going to time out you. I'm not afraid to time out you. I'm gonna self-obliterate. Grayson is also, yes, he is. I'm really interested to see shameless plug. Shameless plug. No explosions in chat today, please. Everything is, there's only serious, nothing happy. Only seriousness today. Stop. Don't encourage him, Saucy. Wishes to silence the realize who costly she treats you thus. I'm changing the subject. Did everyone have a good weekend? Subscribe to Mirrors and Misadventures to unlock. No, I only plug the Misadventures if people really want to watch Final Fantasy XIV reading. But the Arcane Waypoint, I am posting. I just finished A Date with Death over there, and if you guys are interested, you guys can go over there and watch it. Maybe you should soundboard with the RR. Amen. Oh my god, you guys are too much. Too much. The people need to know. Gotta go see our baby girl Reaper. Yes, gotta go see baby girl. I love our baby girl. Grimmy. Oh, Grimmy, he's so cute. I just did a bunch of editing on parts 2 and 3, and he's just too precious. See, I know I shouldn't have said anything. I made a mistake. Okay. Okay. God dang it. No. Okay. All right. Lady, I'm allowing this one, okay? You guys get exactly 15 seconds to gush about it. 15 seconds. Next. And then we're gonna move on. I already made the declaration. Sorry, lady. 15 seconds. And you guys have to move on, okay? We'll move on to Fashion Lads right off the bat, okay? And I won't address any more. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't. Stop. Okay, I can't look at chat when I'm doing this. Everyone gets one message. Okay. Ada. That's all you get. One message each. And then we move on. Do we want to do Zayne or Sylus first? Is that who won? That's who won. I hate all of this. I hate all of this right now. I can't believe I've subjected myself to such a thing. How unbecoming of a streamer such as myself. Hello, that was perfect. Stop. You guys. Oh my god. Out of context. Do you want Zayne or Sylus? That's new. Sylus? Since he was the star. And to start with something more fun or more depressing? Oh no, okay. So we're gonna do them in character because it's gonna be easy to have a conversation if we stick with characters. So we're gonna do one character each. Low-key though, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go voice record that notification. Stop, Montoya, stop. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move to the main game now. Oh. Oh, and I'm gonna change this because it seems like we're gonna do Sylus first. So at the top, as you can see, up, well, you guys can't, well, I can't point this out, but up at the top corner above me, those are the two that we're going to start with. Still have more after. Yeah, we have plenty. We're just seeing how far, we can get. Why is there no music suddenly? Hang on. Why did it do that? Well, I guess we really don't need music. We can probably music it on our own. But give me just a second. There we go. I don't know why it did that.
Are you feeling sleepy again? It's fine if you lean on me and nap for a bit.
Also, exactly which chapters are we going? We are going however many we can do. We're gonna do number, hang on, I can see. We are sticking with chapters 20 through 30. Those are the ones that we're doing. And we're doing by character, and we're just seeing how far we can get in like 5 hours. I'm not entirely sure how long these chapters are gonna go for. I don't know how long it's gonna take for us to discuss. Normally I like to have a little bit more of a structure, but I don't know how long these are gonna last. That's like the pure of it is I just don't know how long it's gonna last. So I'm giving us a timeline of now to about 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Are you grumpy because the weather's too hot?
But we're gonna start with Zayne and Sylus. Well, I guess Sylus first, and then we'll do Zayne. Maybe I'll pin a Sylus first, then Zayne, yeah. And then it was Xavier, then Raffi, then Kayla, then MC. And messages. So that's the order that we're doing things. The weather's too hot? I don't know why it did twice. Hi, Anne. All right. Are we ready for Fashion Lads then? Maybe we should just go ahead and get started since we do have quite a bit to go through.
Are you trying to be a model with that pose?
Sentence out of context is okay, it did pin. Okay, that's where the pin is for me. All right. What did I miss? Nothing. You haven't missed a thing.
Wait. Don't move. I want to see if your eyes will reflect your reflection in my eyes.
Today, only seriousness. No, we are not to have fun. I'm just kidding. All right, if we're ready for Fashion Lads, put some clothes in the chat. Any article of clothing, whatever the article of clothing of choice is, and then we'll go ahead and get started.
Are you feeling
4 out of 10.
It's fine if you lean on
Oh,
me
we're getting started. All right. Let's just should we just get started with Raphael? This one's a 0. This one is not my favorite. Hi, Violet. Sunglasses, clothing, yes. No peace. I want problems. Only problems. 7 out of 10,
grumpy
cute.
because the weather's too hot?
6 out of 10, no accessories. I guess I have to give him a 5. No, this one's, I don't, he wears this one all the time. Not a good one. Ten out of 10, I love this fit to our yesterday. Okay, you know what? Nori, I think that's acceptable. I may not like it, but your reasoning behind it is totally acceptable, I think. They're stealing your messages again. Oh no, Violet, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to make sure I can read both chats.
Are you grumpy because the weather's too hot?
All right, Fishy gets all over the board on this one then. Ooh, excuse me. All right, Fishy. All right, I made sure he was the only one I could see today. So I haven't seen any of the other boys. So right after, on Sunday, the day after Silas's birthday, they all went and like dressed normally. All of them, every single one of them, not a scarf in sight. They all dressed just like normal outfits. And then yesterday I had some heathens, but we'll see. Let's see what kind of... Oh, he hardly ever wears this one. I think this one gets a 10 out of 10. This one is so cozy. I'll keep an eye out for them, Violet, on screen also. So that I hopefully don't miss any of your messages. Without one other. I love this outfit on Xavier. I think it's so cute.
But you're already dozing off. Do you want to rest?
So soft and cuddly, a 10 out of 10 for me. 7 out of 10, no accessories. Kira loves them accessories. A 7 out of 10, a 9 out of 10. It is a soft looking shirt. It is a very soft looking shirt. 7 out of 10, comfy and cute. He hardly ever wears this one for me, so I find it, I think I find it rather near. 4 out of 10 for this one. I give it an Xavier out of 10. Cuddly fit. What is Montoya? Did she vote yet?
Do you suddenly fall asleep like me?
I don't know
too?
how she feels. Guys, oh my gosh, I love the boingy characters. They're so cute. All right, this one is kind of all over. Boy, the boys are all over the board today. Everyone's kind of all over the board. 8 out of 10 because he wears it if he's too cute. Yeah. Montoya have all right. That one's all over the board too. No one's a solid 10 out of 10 for everyone yet. Zayne, I don't ask for much from you, but I do ask that you don't wear that black outfit today. I have allowed you to wear whatever you want, and I have not complained, but I need you to step up your game today. I know you have plenty of outfits you could be wearing, so I'm gonna have to request that you don't wear that outfit. I'm gonna throw him in the deep space tunnel. That's where he belongs in this outfit. in the deep space tunnel. Zayne. Sweet pear pie. Boo. Carrot out of 10. Boo.
When you want to talk.
Oh,
you talk to
Violet
me all
and
alone.
Imarashi and Sarah and Ada all love this outfit. So there are people out there who think it's 10 out of 10. But, oh, and Laquan. We know what this brings out. Dana, I'm
Something
so
more
disappointed in
terrifying
you.
than being surrounded by carrots just happened. I turned into a carrot.
Well, perfect, outstanding. I wish my doctor walked in looking like that. Thank you, sir, for gracing us. Stop. I love this outfit in moderation. Hey, wears it so often. He gets the carrot hat. He knows what he did wrong.
It's nice to spend some quiet time with each other.
He gets a negative from me. Oops. All right. I have no reason to converse about this one any longer. I only love it because I love him. Do better, Zayne. That's the weird part, is it's the glasses. At least the carrot hat makes it better. It does. All right, we saw Raffi. Let's see. Do I have a request from Sylus? Yes. See, the carrot hat was a good purchase. It was a good purchase. It was a very good purchase, yes. Sylus, I am going to ask you to refrain from wearing that red jacket. Boo streamer Zayne is flawless. No scarf. No, Sylus is so guilty about wearing this scarf. Sylus. Oh, he's cozy to— wow! Caleb, I'm looking at you. I'm... okay, kind of cute. Sylus is cozy today, but this is a generic outfit, so I think he gets an 8 out of 10. And I think this one gets an 8 out of 10. This one's just average. It is cozy. It is a cozy one. But he has other outfits. A 10 out of 10 spa day. Oh yeah, this one's from... yeah. No, I think this one still gets an 8 from me. He has others. 8 out of 10. Okay, pajamas. 7, nice sweater, but no accessories. An 8, a 7. Yeah, this one seems to be like between a 7 and an 8 with 1 10 out of 10. Looks cozy, Sylus. 7 out of 10. Yeah. Okay. This is okay. So that's pretty average. All right, good job, Sai. It's not the outfit that I hate. -13. Toss him in the brig. No, dragons are so 14. So get out of here. All right. He just hates Sylus because I love Sylus. That's the only reason he hates Sylus. All right. Caleb, I have a huge request from you. Zayne has already let me down. So I'm going to have to ask you. And he's also... that's crazy. Caleb, I'm going to have to ask you not to wear the cutoff or the straight jacket one. You have so many other outfits, Caleb, you could be wearing. Please, just wear anything except those 2 outfits. I asked for this. We almost made it scarf free. I should have specified no scarf. We almost made it scarf free. First place, 11 out of 10.
How long you stand there, you're not gonna pick up a skill in photosynthesis.
Okay, Diva. 10 out of 10. Oof, 10 out of kaboom. 100 out of 10. An infinity out of 10. So bonita. A secret. Stop, Imarachi. He wore the shirt. He wore the scarf. Eyes out of 10. He does get points. A point gets taken away for the scarf, but he does get like extra points for wearing the wedding outfit. So I do think Caleb wasn't able with the oh my gosh. The sweat, he's wearing the sweatband, yeah. And he has the wolf cut too. He does, yeah. Here, I can bring him. Come here, Caleb.
It's not a new prank, right? Huh?
Look at that headband. 8 out of 10 for my apple blossom. Look at all right, I think this one does win despite having the scarf on. The combination is hilarious. It really is. Because he did wear his wedding outfit, which does get extra points. So I love this. I love this man. It's a fire. He's so hot, please, not blushing or anything. Alright, Caleb wins this one. It's been a while since Caleb has won a fashion lad, so I'll give it to him.
Standing there so long without saying a word or moving.
He's a hot piece of something. It's me on the fire. Alright, Raphael does get to be out though, because he did come to the screen today, so. A fire fire sale. Everything must go. Is he out of the doghouse? Oh. He's okay. Let me put it this way, because he really disappointed me with his myth. He is out of the doghouse, but he has to sleep above the blankets now. He can be in the bed, but he has to sleep above the blankets. He has to sleep in his own blanket, which realistically as a couple is not a terrible idea, honestly. You might be hearing echo there. That might help. I forgot to turn off my...
Are you feeling
At least
sleepy
he
again?
didn't do what Xavier
Fine if you
did to
lean
me
on
and
me
wear
and nap
this
for a bit.
TC22 mouth guard. Oh no! Above the blanket. Oops. Yeah, I forgot to turn off my desktop volume for you guys, so you were getting the desktop volume too. For those random... I mean, imagine him sleeping floating above the blankets.
It's fine if you lean on me and nap
He
for a
just
bit.
uses his gravity eval to sleep not on the bed, but above it. Stop, he would do that. That's so stupid. He would do it. He would though, just to be he would. And then he would make you like tell
you
him
trying to
he's
be
the
a model
greatest
with that
before you
pose?
said, okay, could you please like actually come? Okay, he would. I hate. I hate. I hate. Caleb is so petty. Caleb would absolutely float above the bed. I'm not touching you. Stop. He would.
Are you feeling sleepy again? It's fine if you
Literal
lean on me
snoring
and laugh for a
above you. I hate TM. All right. Should we get started then? We got a lot to do. Drool dripping. Stop, Montoya. Stop. What is the first one? This one. Stop. I would tug him back down. I would put the blanket over him just to keep him on the bed. I'd put him back outside. Fine, if you want to behave that way, go back outside. No senior hunters contest, no. We're gonna focus mostly on World Underneath today. I haven't been visiting Senior Hunters contest during stream recently. It takes like an hour to do. We've had a lot of content recently. All right, if we're ready for Sylus's Beyond Survival, put some dinosaurs in the chat. He's sleeping on the plane. He's not even getting the couch, just the front lawn. He's not even touching the front lawn. He's floating in the air in the front lawn. God, could you imagine what the neighbors would say if they saw that? Barbara, he's floating again. One of my favorite things about Caleb, though, I will say, is the fact that he chose aviation because he can manipulate his own gravity of his own body. And it's a really cool concept, I think, of him. It's not a new one. No, so I don't know if you heard us, Kat. Well, I'll go ahead and explain it one more time. So what we're doing is we're going by character, and we're doing the last 2 installments. So we're doing from 20 to 20 to 30. So we're starting with Sylus, and we're gonna do Beyond Survival, and then we're gonna do Onacinus aesthetics, and we're gonna discuss specifically Sylus, and then insert stat emoji here. And then we'll move on to Zayne, and we'll do both of Zayne's, and then we'll move on to Xavier, and we'll do both of Xavier's. And that's kind of how we're gonna do it. It'll make it easier just for discussion, over time, in general. I'm not gonna put my headphones on today because there's no need. I can hear them. I can turn it up all the way, and I can hear it. All right, I think we're ready. Let's go ahead and get started then. Am I on chapter 1? I am. Okay. Hopefully I can read this okay. The Art of Survival. Right. After spending years on Earth, Meyer still hasn't shaken a certain habit. Whenever the doorbell rings, his muscles tense, and he slips into battle readiness. As an astral enforcer, he learned that the bell usually means trouble. a warning before things go sideways. It could mean you need to perform an emergency warp to dodge cosmic radiation, or your warp coordinates suddenly shift, and you'll be flung into into uncharted space. Sometimes it means the number one fugitive on his list, Sylus, shows up in exactly the wrong stretch of the galaxy. When the criminal who had vanished for a long time appeared, almost within reach, Meyer didn't hesitate. He followed Sylus to Earth, a place where a bell can mean more than just danger. Resetting data coordinates. Please wait. Meyer puts the repaired power core back into the mechanical sentinel's eye socket. These machines, custom built to hunt Sylus, stand silent beside his workbench. Ever since the failed ambush in the N109 zone, he's been studying ways to enhance their compatibility. The doorbell continues to ring as Meyer draws the curtain to conceal everything. Through the peephole, he spots a familiar face. Mr. Lopez, male, 48, lives alone. He's the owner of the hardware store down the street. The shop opens at 9:10 a.m., Monday through Thursday. He visits the climbing gym across the street at 8 p.m., Friday through Sunday. Hi, Ada. His climbing skills remain at a beginner level, but he spends at least 15 minutes chatting with the climbing gym's female owner. Statistical analysis shows 66.7% chance he ends conversation with "good night" and the 33.3% chance of "see you tomorrow." He lives next door. Earthlings would say he and Mr. Lopez are neighbors. On Phylos, Meyer never met his neighbors. People kept their distance and avoided close relationships with anyone. Okay, that's a further confirmation that Philosians don't do emotions very well. Then this applied to blood relatives. On his first day as an astral enforcer, he was taught that desire and emotions are primitive human flaws that only hinder Phylos's new humans for advancing. It's kind of interesting. I'm not going to go off on a tangent, but just kind of want to make a note that I think is kind of super interesting. I think specifically for Sylus, is that most of what we're reading, I feel like, can also be applied to Xavier. I'm not going to go into Xavier, but I just think it's kind of interesting that whatever is written for Philosians in Sylus's can also be applied to Xavier as well. Just kind of an interesting. One thing I did want to mention, these the Sentinels, didn't we see those in Death and Rebirth? Weren't they in that warehouse like before the kindled scene? Because I thought I remembered MC mentioning something about there being some sort of warehouse that had these Sentinels in them. This also proves that Sylus is very much not traditional Philosian. Yes. This confirmation. Yeah, okay. On his first day as an astral enforcer, he was taught that desire and emotion is primitive human, advancing. So when it came to someone stopping by for no apparent reason, Meyer has already drawn his conclusion. This earthling is acting abnormally, and he must have ulterior motives for approaching him. A colleague, a rival, or one of Sylus's underlings? Perhaps the climbing gym around the corner served as his intel exchange location. Either way, he's nothing but trouble. I thought those were from Ever, but there might have been some teaming up between Ever and the Flossian Sentinels. I mean, it's not completely unheard of. I mean, if they're partnering up with the backtrackers, who's not saying they're not partnering up with Meyer as well? With 3 security chains on the door, Meyer conceals a pocket pistol behind his back and slightly opens the door. Hey, Meyer. Sorry to bother you again. Furrowed brows, fidgeting hands. Meyer has thoroughly internalized an Earthling behavior analysis manual. He quickly assesses his neighbor's psychological state. 3 parts nervousness, 3 parts awkwardness, and 3 parts are ulterior motives. As for the remaining parts, noticing the particular pink flush creeping up his neighbor's ears, Meyer frowns. I know there were androids that had antimatter weapons. On another note, Meyer is so funny to me. I kind of love him. This earthling has never shown signs of shyness in front of him before. His neighbor mumbles, excuse me. Then he holds up a heart-shaped LED sign. There's a small problem with this thing, and I can't find my reading glasses. I was wondering if you could fix it? Staring at the flickering LOV and the dim E on the sign, Meyer quickly lists possible uses for the LED sign. Oh no. No, this is so... Given how simple his neighbor's daily routine is and how he knows very few people, there can only be one possibility. You want to give this to someone at the gym? Oh, the neighbor clutches the door frame as the redness from his ears spreads across his face. That's so cute. Sylus may not be Flossian, but Flossian was one of the planets it came from. Oh, that's kind of an interesting theory. I always thought it was kind of more of the fact that he was always an outcast. He was born as a dragon on Phylos. So technically Flossian's just not the more modern... Oh, yeah. Alright. Passion and desire. Actually the worst wingman. After removing the E from the sign, Meyer determines that some of the LED bulbs have short-circuited. Her birthday is next Saturday. I plan to order a cake in advance and then take this sign to the gym to meet her. His neighbor rambles on about his confession plans. I'm not exaggerating, but she's the most beautiful person at the gym. Whenever I go, I spot her immediately. She has more energy than everyone else. While focused on replacing the LED bulbs, Meyer spares a thought for the woman his neighbor keeps mentioning. Female, 53, lives alone. She's the owner of the climbing gym around the corner, specifically older than 99% of the gym members, yet possesses superior physical physique. The only person at the gym who could compare a V10 climbing route, or complete a V10 climbing route. No, I can't order a cake. The neighbor suddenly shakes his head. She's cutting back on sugar lately. It's 30% gym, 70% diet. Maybe I should make her a beef tartare instead? Yeah, that sounds good. This guy's cute. He nods, only to shake his head again moments later. I'm still hesitating about going. She has a great personality with so many friends. I'm just one of the most ordinary among them. Seemingly satisfied with himself, he looks a little dejected. Meyer, do you think she'll accept my feeling? This is the wrong guy to ask. You should not be asking this man about feelings. The room falls silent. Of course it does. On Earth, a confession might mark the beginning of a relationship or toll the death knell for a crush. Knell for the crush. The very concept is interwoven with countless stories, but in the harsh Philosian laws, these sorts of confessions are explicitly prohibited. Okay. That he is just best friend. Be friends with the fire because of his proximity, basically. Crushes, admiration, and romantic love are condemned as grave sins, and jurisprudence is cold and absolute. Emotions are poisonous seeds of desire. Once they germinate, they allow the flaws buried deep within one's genes to corrode the soul's purity and ignite the flames of chaos. That's a bit extreme for love, but okay. They're just like the most dangerous interstellar fugitive. It's okay. I have to make a note because of what was just said. They're combining love into like this horrible monstrosity, and it's really, really cool and interesting that they're comparing this otherwise very soft emotion into something that's dangerous and placing it with Sylus. That is a really cool, I really, really love that they're comparing him to that. The man Meyer has spent his entire life hunting. Meyer offers no answer because discussing such matters can send him to the space-time prison. He'll end up as an astral enforcer who is promoted to a temporal inmate. Hi, Faye. It's fixed. That was quick. So it's against the law to be in love. Yep, that's exactly it. Yep. See, this was part of my analysis on Philosian traditions regarding how Sylus and Xavier both interact with feelings. Yeah, that's something... What if, I just want to just mention, like, something like what you just said, lady. You know what would be kind of interesting to see, or, like, you know, to kind of, I guess, headcanon? I don't know if I want to say headcanon, like, particularly, but say, okay, so Sylus destroys a planet, right? Gets caught and thrown into space prison, right? what if, and I'm because there's no mention of trial, but I'm going to assume that under a jurisdiction like Phylos and how it's run, there's going to be some sort of trial, right? You know what would be kind of interesting if, aside from Sylus, like, you know, destroying an entire planet, if part of his confession is like they ask him, you know, why did you do it or whatever, and his answer is because I was in love. Oh, you guys, it's so good. It's so good. If it's against the law to be in love, then is that why the king separated Xavier and MC while they were living in... I have some theories. We'll revisit the Xavier one, but we have some theories on Xavier. Romantically messed up. Yeah. Like, it was him saying that he was in love with MC that, like, doomed him to prison. Like, he would have had the chance if he had, like, maybe a good reason. But, like, yes. It's so good. It's so good. Romantic masturbation. Okay. It's fixed. That was quick. His neighbor immediately steps forward and turns on the sign. The 4 letters flash in alternating garish light. Great. I'm sure she'll be happy to see this. When she encourages those young people worn down by the daily grind, she holds up a sign that says, "Once more with feeling." Meyer thinks the climbing gym owner will smile from just seeing his neighbor show up. Objectively speaking, anyways. Ooh, did he have a little bit of an emotion there? Ooh, careful, Meyer, you might get caught. Thanks, Meyer. However, just as Meyer is about to usher him out, his neighbor clings to the doorframe. By the way, I noticed how you're always by yourself. Wouldn't you like some Before his neighbor can finish, Meyer hastily says goodbye and closes the door. He's like, none of that. I don't want any of that talk. Compared to useless emotional entanglements, he has more important matters to attend to as an astral enforcer. Is finding out this sermon. No, company, no. Get out. Back behind the curtain, Meyer tests the masked sentinel power cores once more. With a final low hum, these weapons, designed specifically to counter Sylus, which means that Meyer... Ooh! What if Meyer is in charge of making the antimatter weapons? Oh, man. Enter combat mode. 3 days ago, Meyer learned that Sylus is planning a major operation next week. The rumors were wildly exaggerated. There was talk of strikes and taking all 4 in one go. I think you're right about the Sentinels. Ever probably one. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Whatever it was, it appeared he was heading to Lincoln City for something monumental. After working around the clock for 3 days, Meyer upgraded the power cores of these weapons. Now, they await the opportunity to face Sylus once again. At present, Meyer sits at his workbench, pen in hand, He analyzes the possible motives behind Sylus's actions. A hunting day, new round at the nest. The Hunters Association recent movements. Do tend to come back around. Yeah, I have a feeling we may see Meyer again. They love stealing Felosian tech. They do love stealing Felosian tech, yes. Speaking of the Hunters Association, Meyer recalls the ambush at the N109 zone. Back then, there was a girl beside Sylus. Someone Meyer spotted near the Hunters Association. Meyer narrows his eyes. After another round of rigorous analysis, he crosses out the newly written item on the list. Girl, number 3. That girl. That's me. I'm that girl. After all, Sylus is a fiend who constantly plots strikes and moves that can take all 4 in one go. Even if it involves her, it's just another one of Sylus's strategies to achieve his goal. Stop. That's not, oh no. It's, okay, wait. I have to continue on that thought that I had where he's comparing Sylus to love. But he also assigns Sylus, it's, okay, this is, I'm just gonna say it because I don't know if it's gonna make sense, but you guys can kind of suss out what I'm trying to say. He assigns Sylus under the definition of love, which is inherently like something to love, to love other people and stuff like that, which he sees as bad, to have emotion. But then he has right here that he's assigning Sylus that he has no emotion at the same time, which is so kind of, I don't know why it's interesting, and maybe you guys can talk on that, but it's so interesting that he has assigned this juxtaposition of an emotion to Sylus where he can both be in, like, represent love, but also not at the same time. His ultimate goal is to have MC. I'm wondering if Felosians sent the kids with emotional intelligence to the galactic arena where babies say, oh, that's that's interesting. That's actually an interesting topic, Nori. I would love to revisit that because that would be really interesting to see, is these highly emotional people in this arena to kill like each other. Oh gosh, how tragic. It's so good. That is basically the entire theme of this story, because as a reader, you see exactly what is going on, but Meyer just doesn't understand it. Yeah, because he doesn't really understand the emotions at all. Yeah, it's really interesting to kind of experience. One week later, at the border between the N109 zone and Lincoln's Imperial Ring District, a motorcycle speeds past. Dark figures crouching in the bushes silently transform into shadows trailing behind him. Meanwhile, Meyer sits in a cafe and monitors everything remotely. The nest, the Hunters Association. He's already positioned surveillance devices at every possible destination Sylus might visit. This ensures he can be intercepted no matter where he goes. However, he watches Sylus make an unexpected detour to a beverage shop. Is this to throw off any surveillance? Meyer continues to stare at the screen. 5 minutes later, Sylus emerges with 2 cups of milk tea. Wifey asked for milk tea. Was he just thirsty? But why 2 drinks? Perhaps he's heading to an intel exchange location first? Meyer watches as Sylus stops in front of the vintage vinyl record store. A quarter of an hour later, he walks out with an elegantly packaged box containing a record. Records? It seems to be an ancient medium that Earthlings use to store music. Meyer has reached a conclusion. This must be a new Intel Exchange location. After all, the record store is in a strategic position as it sits on the border between the N109 zone and Lincoln City. It's ideal for recruiting new factions from this gray zone. Just as he's getting a clear view of the record Sylus is holding, the target suddenly stops beside his motorcycle. Picking MZ up some boba. Meyer is so stupid. Do not look at. They don't get new television shows in space, okay? He's learning from the old stuff. Poor Meyer just doesn't understand hobbies. Meyer's breath stops for a second as Sylus makes eye contact with him. 3 seconds later, Sylus looks away. Continuing his silent observation, Meyer's palms are already clammy. Sylus didn't do anything. But what was that about? Has he been compromised? Sylus starts his motorcycle while a masked sentinel is surrounded by curious pedestrians. It places, I feel like he just has, he's doing the newspaper thing, but then he's got this huge like robot sentinel right next to him that's just glaringly blinding in the sunlight. Give him some boba, he'll like it. Love how Sylus is unbothered about him too. He's so harmless. he's getting ready for his date. Sylus starts his motorcycle while the masked sentinel is surrounded by curious pedestrians. It paces back and forth, trying to leave the crowd, but the onlookers are more curious. Hey, these mechanical components are intricate. Look at the joint movements and bionic structure. I heard Ever was about to release a new generation of caretaker AI. Is this it? Cyber elder care is a win for everyone. Ah yes, cyber care. That face needs a redo though. It looks too dark and gives me the creeps. Meyer's head starts to hurt. Exploratory desire and curiosity, emotions equally forbidden in Phylos, are now allowing him to truly understand their detrimental effects. Wait, exploratory desire and curiosity. Oh, that is... It's interesting that exploring and curiosity is also equally forbidden. Why would you want that, Phylos? Huh? Why are you so against people knowing things, Phylos? They obstruct objectives and desecrate order. Although using suppression tactics against civilians doesn't align with his usual approach, it's a necessary price to pay for hunting Sylus right now. You have to fit the mold and not ask questions, yeah. Clear the area. Meyer issues the command without any hesitation. 3 seconds. 30 seconds. 3 minutes. Nothing happens except for the remote surveillance feed goes black. Oh, well, there goes your feed, Meyer. As the crowd disperses, sweat forms on Meyer's temple. He hurriedly activates the backup power supply, restores the real-time surveillance feed to assess the situation, and checks the power core. But he's still too late. Staring at the motionless, masked sentinel, Meyer grits his teeth. The power core's combat module was destroyed 3 minutes and 5 seconds ago. After convulsing briefly, the sentinel collapses to the ground. Whoa, it dances? Considering what they do with Wanderers, not surprised they're all hush hush. That's true. That's true. Okay, just it's now feeling like a typical day. Why is he lying down now? Oh, it's broken. Oh no, he died. Boring. Let's go. Breakdancing robot. Through gaps in the dispersing crowd, Meyer spots a motorcycle heading toward Lincoln Tower. A black crow circles overhead and lets out a shrill caw in Meyer's direction. Then the bird departs with his master. Meyer slams his coffee cup on the table and follows them. Whoa there, Meyer. Hold on. You're showing too much emotion. I'm gonna need you to bring it back just a little. Just bring... It's too much anger. Too much anger. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. So far, so good. It's really interesting. I really like the play. I feel like anger is not as frowned upon as other emotions. So it probably wasn't. And I feel like on a scale of 1 to forbidden, anger is like on a 5. And I think it really depends on who it's directed at and how and why you're angry in the first place. Context anger. Whoa there, Meyer. You're a little too close to human for comfort. Professor Lucius would love Phylos. He would. Oh no. I can't even imagine Professor Lucius like, oh no, that would be horrifying. Oh no. All right. Inside the mall, parents carry their children. Friends walk side by side, and everyone moves casually. Their gazes never linger on strangers for more than a second. Meyer begins to doubt himself. Where was the transaction? The armed confrontation? Has Sylus spotted him and changed direction or destinations at the last minute? Then he catches sight of that figure again at the escalator. The thought of Sylus riding an escalator is, I don't know why it's kind of funny, but after checking the arsenal stuffed in his pockets countless times, Myers cautiously follows. Hugging the wall, he arrives at his destination, the entrance of Twinkle Toys. Limited time pop-up store. 10 meters away, Meyer finally detects vigilance and seriousness on Sylus's face. Is he playing the... I didn't even read... Except it's directed at the claw machine. The hunter girl stands beside him. She's not wearing her sleek battle uniform today. Instead, she's hugging a fluffy, sunny dino while staring intently at the claw machine in front of her. Sneaking like crawling in the other. The girl says something to Sylus. He responds with a slight smile before bending down to insert a token into the claw machine. The lights flash as the machinery charges. Sylus grips the joystick, moves the claw, and presses the button in one fluid motion. He gets nothing. Another token goes into the claw machine. Meyer notices thin wisps of red black mist swirling around the claw. Stop, Sylus. That's Sylus's evil, which is powerful enough to devastate an entire planet. When he sees this evil being used, used, Meyer reaches for the weapon in his pocket. But the most dramatic thing that happens next is a plushie falls into the claw machine. Falling as the claw machine moves. It's followed by the claw machine emitting a sound effect that signifies failure. After a third unsuccessful attempt, Meyer catches a glimpse of something small and fleeting on Sylus's face. A flash of defiance and heartbreak. Oh no, my sigh. Baby, I'm so sorry. You're doing great, sweetheart. An earth-shattering revelation strikes him. If his colleagues found out that this fugitive, legendary for committing atrocities without batting an eye, can make such an expression at a claw machine on Earth, who knows how many more interstellar horror stories begin with Sylus would proliferate. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. This is so funny. I love this. This is so cute, honestly. Meyer watches as the girl gives Sylus a playful poke. She's seemingly gloating about the rare plushie she clawed out earlier. Sylus says nothing. He lowers his gaze, raises his hand, and gently flicks her forehead. Sylus. Meyer recognizes an emotion on their faces. It's the same one he saw his neighbors face during his weekend visits to the climbing gym. So the strikes in the intel are actually about a pop-up store? Taking all 4 in one go meant getting 4 different colored plushies. And the major operation is actually a date. Meyer remains confused, obviously. Sylus gets so pouting and upset when his tactics don't work. It's true. It's still lore accurate. The colorful plushies lie inside the claw machine, and they seemingly mock Meyer and all his preparations. He pulled out all the stops to counter this fugitive's evil. And his target used his evil on the mall's claw machine. The girl goes to the counter to buy more tokens. Meanwhile, Meyer feels the intense sensation of being watched. He sees Sylus stroll towards his hiding place. In his left hand, he still carries the 2 unfinished cups of milk tea, while his right hand reaches towards his pants pocket. Of course, everything had been part of Sylus's disguise. Now he's finally revealing his true intentions. Stepping back, Meyer quickly adopts a defensive stance, his mind running through countless possibilities of what weapon Sylus might pull out. As beads of sweat form on his temples, he feels a mixture of thrill and trepidation, unlike anything he's experienced before. Unlike the red dot marked Sylus on the interstellar map and the figure seen through a monitor, it's a face-to-face showdown. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Sylus pulls out a coin. Sylus holds the coin between 2 fingers. He's just teasing him now. A phenomenal cosmic power, itty bitty plushy objective. A micro bomb disguised as a coin? A regional mind control device? Or is it a listening device? Meyer ducks and rolls, bro. Bro, it's not that serious. But before he can congratulate himself on dodging the attack, something hits his right knee. Pain and numbness shoot through him. He's forced to fall to his knees. The culprit is a token bearing the Twinkle Toy logo. It spins on the ground. To be exact, it spins in the spot where he once stood. It's untouched by anything else. Meyer, overthinker. Stop playing with your food, Sylus. Just picture me with look bystanders. I feel like he's humming to himself. He's like, yeah, he's doing the crunk thing where he's like, dun 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 dun. Frozen in a pose more ridiculous than most plushies, Meyer watches as Sylus turns and walks away. He returns to the girl's side. He hasn't said a word throughout the entire encounter, as if he was disturbed by someone insignificant. I'm sorry to tell you, Meyer, but you're pretty insignificant. He just sent a warning. Whoever it was should take the hint and choose another day to visit, or it won't be just a token flying their way. With the masked sentinel no longer by his side, Meyer feels there is no need to continue. Silas's schedule today revolves around a single concept: a date. The banner with "Big news" at the dessert counter catches his eye. In the past, Meyer would have scoffed. How could this possibly count as big news? Physical pleasures are more trivial than a speck of dust. But now his mind is blank. He's confused. He is confused by emotion. This fruitless pursuit finally made Meyer realize something. He never truly understood this earth. Where to eat, what to wear, and what games to play are considered matters of great importance. Naturally, he also never understood Sylus, the man who chose to become a fiend while destroying and leaving Phylos behind. It's probably nothing, but that's kind of an interesting use of words, that Sylus chose to become a fiend. He rejected everything it stood for. Also very interesting the concept that Sylus destroyed Phylos because it was not what he wanted at all. Like, he didn't understand it. Taking that away the last time I read that. Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting choice of words. It's also really interesting that while destroying and leaving Phylos behind, he rejected everything it stood for. It's kind of a neat concept that, one, Phylos has always represented this like stifled emotion, but two, the fact that Sylus again is this fiend that nobody wanted to deal with, that he like represents like all evil, but then he also represents love at the same time. In the fact that he destroyed Phylos out of love. I mean, I could see why that would confuse the Philosians in the first place, I guess that's what I was trying to get to. After giving up the pursuit, Meyer returns to the record store and purchases the same vinyl record as Sylus. He hopes to gain new intel about Sylus from it. By becoming more familiar with his opponent, he'll gain an advantage for his next operation. Careful, you might develop feelings out of this. However, once the record was brought home, he discovers that the second-hand record player he acquired is broken. The same man who remained composed when facing lethal weapons is at a loss before a turntable that won't spin properly. It's definitely, yeah. After repeatedly searching for fixes and failing to find one, Meyer finally knocks on his, oh, this is okay, but that's kind of cute too. Finally knocks on his neighbor's door. He vaguely recalls that the man had a record player tucked in the corner of his hardware store. Careful, you could get more confused. It's an easy fix. The neighbor enters Meyer's apartment and begins tinkering with the record player, looking at the climbing chalk that still lingers on his neighbor's hands. Meyer remembers that the man planned to confess his feelings at the climbing gym yesterday. Did she smile when she saw your light display? Meyer asked. Huh? Oh, that. Before he continues, the needle falls and classical music gently fills the air. There's no intel as Meyer had hoped. It's an ordinary record, and the soft melody is unlike anything from Phylos. I gave her the beef tartare, but I left the sign at home, the neighbor says while patting his somewhat soft limbs. I'm not quite there yet. At least I should wait until I can climb V10 with her. That would probably increase my chances. Oh. She has lots of friends, and others look at her with the same gaze as yours. Someone also might confess to her while you wait. Meyer's sixth love interest? If she accepts someone else's confession, it means she likes them too. If she accepts someone else's confession, it means that she likes them too. The neighbor rubs the fabric of his pants and gazes out the window. He looks at the street corner. Isn't that wonderful? When the person you like also feels the same way. That's the best thing in the world. You don't want to have her? Where did you learn that phrase? It's not about having her, it's about being with her. Living together and dreaming of the future together. But I want her to be happy, joyful, fulfilled. That's more important. This is something Meyer didn't expect. Loving her made me fall in love with rock climbing, the neighbor says. He made himself at home on Meyer's sofa. He's like, can you please get off? This is really interesting. My weight loss is starting to show results, and my high blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol are going down. Falling in love with a wonderful person is beautiful in itself. As for whether we end up together, well, you can't force these things. According to Phylos' doctrine, a person in love would be governed by their greed, selfishness, and desires. It'd lead them to possess the other person and take... Ooh! Hold on a second. That's... okay. I'm gonna hold on to that statement as well. It leads them to possess the other person and take endlessly. No, he took the Velocine pill. Don't take that red pill. I want to hold on to that for Xavier as well. That's something that I want to hold on to as well. They'll forever be trapped in a downward spiral with no escape. How could such a person say something like, you can't force these things? Meyer is lost in thought when his neighbor pats his shoulder and he snaps back to reality. It's okay. Even if she's not in my future, I can always drag you along as my friend to go rock climbing. The record spins as classical music flows gently throughout the room. After several seconds pass, Meyer finally releases his grip on the pocket pistol in his right hand. Excuse me, sir, was that necessary? Switches on the safety and quickly hides it behind the sofa. Perhaps this is Earth's basic etiquette for treating a friend. When he sits down the gun, Meyer feels something unusual stir within him. Listening to his neighbor, he's struck by a sudden urge to share his own experiences in tracking Sylus, because that would go absolutely. Yeah, let me tell you about the time that I've been trying to hunt down this space fugitive. This impulse immediately confuses him. It serves no functional purpose. It's completely meaningless and can even expose his identity. But if he imagines himself as an earthling, perhaps this is what his neighbor called friendship. He's this desire to share that earthlings possessed. Meyer has finally turned into the same wavelength as earthlings. They don't view possession as love's ultimate goal. They have another interpretation, being not concerned with outcome, but with how it makes them better people. Oh, this is really interesting. This is actually kind of neat. Oops. Hello? I'm guessing the laws against love went to the effect after. Well, that's an interesting question. In Earthling's eyes, having desire isn't foolish. Being controlled by those desires is what led to ruin. Here, some are governed by their desires, others master them, and a few treat desire as a spice of life for finding purpose. They gave a new name to the state of having just enough desire. They call it living. Eating, drinking, enjoying life. That everyday necessity, the everyday necessities of life. These are the things that truly matter to people on Earth. They even have a more appealing name for these perfect balanced desires. Aspirations. Oh, this is kind of neat. What's this? The neighbor rolls over on the sofa. When he pulls out a fluffy plushie from under him, his expression cycles through several emotions. Meyer doesn't know how to explain himself because it's a plushie he got with the token the other day. That's so cute. He can't articulate the reason why. Maybe he wanted to check and see if there was something unusual about the plushie Sylus obtained. Or maybe he had developed that earthling desire to snatch toys from a claw machine. Meyer feels it's time to study the act of living. Since Sylus has chosen Earth, he would need to adopt the Earthling's ways to know his enemy as well as himself. Listening to the gentle music and having a simple friendship, Meyer experiences the most peaceful rest he had since arriving on Earth. That is really cool. Meyer is so awkward. Listen, when you don't know how to regulate your emotions, I get it. It's so awkward. And Meyer, well, he doesn't even have emotions. He's like just discovering these emotions. So this was really good. It had a lot of really interesting information too. I think, I honestly think, and I'm really kind of excited to see, for Sylus, I don't know if like card or main story, but it'll be or myth or whatever. But it's gonna be really cool to kind of see maybe myth, why Sylus was so maybe, I mean, he chose, it's, so I'm gonna go back to the words of he chose to be a fiend, because I think I kind of like what if they classified him as being a fiend because he had feelings? Like, if it's before Xavier's time and they're just now like figuring these things out, like I don't know what happened like before him being a dragon, or how he became a dragon, or if that's just inherently what he was supposed to be, was a dragon. But for him to have chosen, quote unquote, to be a fiend, and having that be as simple as him choosing to have emotions, is such an interesting concept of how much they look down on having these basic desires. That's what I was thinking too, Mira. Like, fiends are those who give into the basic desires, basically. Yeah. Okay, so I just thought of something. Meyer hasn't personally engaged with Sylus, and if you think about it, he's the only one that has tracked him down to Earth. So that has some prestige. It does have some prestige. I think he was a dragon first. We don't have any indication that there was anything before. That's true. Yeah, that makes me wonder where in his life timeline, you know, like myth wise, before now, like, you know, what happened, or you know, where him destroying Phylos sits. I kind of would really like to know that. It was mentioned in the fiend myth. But he doesn't remember. But I don't know, it's so interesting that we need to know more about Sylus before he came to Earth. Yes, yeah. We don't know where baby Sylus ended up after going through the nebula. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's such an interesting concept. I don't think I need to sit on it too long, but it's a really interesting concept of Sylus being this most dangerous fugitive simply because he has emotion. It's so cool. I love it so much. There's a lot of yeah, there is. We know MC ended up in Lincoln and he came after her, yes. In Dragon Myth, when MC was being executed, the priest included her following her desires as one of her crimes. That's true. Where was he laid in Hatch? Yeah. It's so interesting. I'm trying to think, because I feel like I don't sometimes I think too hard into things that aren't actually there, honestly. But you know, it's sort of interesting that we know that Ever is sort of looking for immortality, right? But it's very interesting that it's kind of interlinked with the thought of not having emotion at the same time. I don't know how the two can be, how this idea of immortality and emotion can be interwoven, but it is interesting that they are being placed side by side together. I would also like to know where Sylus blows up Phylus. Yes, I would too. Yes. I don't know. Maybe you guys can gonna see. I'm not sure he physically blows it up. Maybe it just destroys the infrastructure. I wonder, here's a thought about him blowing up Phylos. I'm just gonna kind of throw this out here, okay? If Phylos has an Aether core in it. Bye, Elizabeth. I think this is a topic that's going to have to wait until we get some more questions. Yeah, I agree. Here, I just want to put this out here too, just as a thought as well. For him destroying Phylos. If Phylos has an Aether core at its base, like they mention all planets do, what if he didn't necessarily have to blow up the entire planet? What if he tapped into the core's energy somehow with his Aether core? Just a thought. I don't know how that would work. I can't go in any more than that. It's just kind of a connection. That's all it is. Don't take anything more than that. Just, what if he didn't actually like blow up the planet, but he hurried the process along of the planet being destroyed itself? Just a thought. Just a thought. Because there's no say, I mean, he is energy. So what if he used his Aether core to somehow tap into that? I don't know how. I have thoughts about him getting Aether core as part of him when he was thrown into the abyss. Yeah. It would fit into the theme that Sylus is a condemned individual and that no one would want him. That's true. All right. Should we get into the next one? The new one? The Onacinus aesthetic? He did say it could consume a whole planet, so I mean, I'm just... Thing is, these lores of each character is intertwined. They are characters. It's impossible to fully separate. That's true. Yes? Okay. Alright, we're getting into the new one, which is Onacinus aesthetic. I'm really excited. I get diamonds too. Yeah. Okay. Let's go see our sons. I'm so excited. My sons. I'm Luke and Karen. And hopefully Muffy. Okay. Ready. All right, let's do this. Oh, they're using that music. Okay. Oh no, it's like almost shenanigan music. All right, let's go. In the odd workshop, the central area is bare. Several securing clamps have been violently wrenched apart, And the somewhat repaired invention that once sat upon the table has vanished without a trace. A gaping hole yawns in the workshop's roof. A blood moon hangs in the sky and casts a crimson sheen over the mountain of mechanical wreckage piled below. It all started 30 minutes ago. Ever's attack was sudden and unexpected. It swept across the invention in the middle of calibrating, and they left a mess. But to be fair, at least half of this mess should be credited to a certain pair of twins whose idea of support looks suspiciously like demolition. Listen, Philip, you shouldn't have asked for their help. This is partly your fault, okay? Philip picks up the only intact thermos from the ground. Did you have fun? Eager to continue, Luke and Kieran are crouched atop the summit. It wasn't bad. Ever got better. This batch of bots could actually take a hit. He has no choice. Philip unscrews the cap and blows on the steam. You were so caught up in the brawl that you lost the titanium alloy wing type exoskeleton, which was commissioned by Mr. Sylus and developed by the Odd Workshop. It was one calibration away from deployment and being a gift from Mephisto. Oh, was that also fun? Oh no! You destroyed his new chassis. Poor Mephi. The two exchange glances. That's not the point. Then what is the point, Luke and Kira? Philip, it's been ages. I know. I feel like we need to see Philip. Mephi gets gifts. We're on the same team. Why does Mr. Mephi get one and we don't? It's not fair. Unfazed, Philip takes a sip of tea. Save that for Mephisto. Look, Boss Man's picking her up. Just whip us up 2 sets. It's not like Mr. Mephi is and the Boss Man are free right now. I like that they call him Mr. Mephi. It's so cute. Philip. We want ours to be better than Mr. Mephi's. Two are too much. The twins fling Philip on either side. The long beaks of their crow masks almost clacking together. Ever in the ambush have been forgotten as a fresh round of blood feud erupts over the burning question of who gets dibs on the extra set of new gear. Philip's communication device suddenly vibrates, which interrupts the twins' nonsense. He opens the terminal, and all three crowd around as an encrypted message appears in the center of the screen. Sender. Anemone. Anemone. I sounds like I'm. When I say anemone, I think of Erika 7. We know the twins are at least. Mr. Sylus was hit with an antimatter weapon. Ooh. With an antimatter weapon in the ruins. He already entered the killing zone. Oh. Ever's going to use this chance to ambush Onacinus. Remember to... Oh, they already said hello. I'll send you a list of good renovation companies later. I'm being watched too, so I'll go dark for now. Let everyone know and prepare yourselves. Okay, so this is during the Zoian hunt. Okay. Interesting. So we're kind of getting like a double perspective on what was happening during the Zoian hunt. The workshop is silent. Philip taps the nearby flickering screen. 2 sharp crackles of static later, the screen flickers to life. On the 3D corrected map of the N109 zone, a red dot blinks steadily. It's moving toward Chiron Market. Oh, Chiron. That's what it is. Chiron Market. Good thing I planted a micro tracker on that gear ahead of time. Philip fishes out a palm-sized black block from under the workstation. 4th generation comms device, encrypted channels, real-time holograms, and onboard AI. Effective range covers the entire N109 zone. Attaboy, Philip. Okay. He turns it on and tosses it to Luke and Kieran. You want the good gear? Get our stuff back. I like that. I like that the twins are working with Phil. I really have enjoyed. I'm really glad that they've been bringing way more of the NPCs in, because it really makes the world feel alive. And I really like that they're bringing in these NPCs that we like haven't seen for a while. So Philip and the twins more often and stuff like that. It's just really, really cool. It's nighttime. The asphalt gleams slick and cold under the headlights, while the hulking shells of abandoned factories crouch in silence beneath the blood-red dome. A battered gray van trundles down the road. All repairs welcome is plastered across the side in all caps. And every window is smothered under a patchwork of garish flyers. It's so ancient that it doesn't even qualify as vintage. It's a prehistoric automatic crawling along at a pace boring enough to put anyone to sleep. In the back seat, Lucas sprawled. Oh my god. Of course the twins would have a vehicle like this. In the back seat, Lucas sprawled against the door. One of his legs is on the headrest in front of him. A peeling flyer by his head cheerfully advertises L4 Sport driving technology. He lets out a listless groan. We don't have anything cooler to roll up in. Stop these two. Kieran sits on the opposite side, his posture mirrored so perfectly that they might as well be reflections. I agree, this doesn't meet a killer's aesthetic standards. Philip glances at them through the rearview mirror. What exactly would meet your standards? Sylus would spoil his kids. He would. They're such brats. It's almost like Jeremiah's. A jet black armored motorcycle with blue flames roaring from the exhaust. That is so conspicuous. Instead of this rust bucket that can't even keep up with Ever's fumes. I wonder if Philip was a whistleblower or a defector. I think he was a defector. I think technically he's considered a defector because he did need to go into hiding. Actually, wasn't it during Death and Rebirth that MC went to go see Philip and he was already out of the N109 zone at that time? Deal with it. Philip is accustomed to their nonsense. He watches a red dot on the holographic map move closer, his composure unshaken. This is the only vehicle with any modifications and offensive and defensive modules. Besides, we're almost there. Luke and Kieran exchange a glance before pulling out their communication device. A newly created third-person group chat pops up, and the group name has already been changed to Reborn, reclaiming everything that belongs to our boss, Mr. Muffy. Luke. Location shared N109 zone, North District, abandoned factory lane 1. Luke. Oh, it's Hank. Oh, okay. Are you free? Hey, what's up? Go to the gray van. We're with 303. Philip's doing field work himself? That's rare. It's an understatement. Ever since he opened the workshop, the number of times he's done field work with us can be counted on one hand. I thought it was because he wasn't used to us yet, but then I realized he's a tech shut-in. If he can sit, he won't stand. If he can attack from afar, he won't show his face. You leave Philip alone, you two. Automatic, yeah. I think you're right, Mira. That's why MC turned to silence. Yeah. That's what I thought. These two are too much. Luke's fingers pause. He glances at the back of Philip's head since he's at the since he's in the driver's seat. It reminds him of the first time they met. Back then, neither of them understood why Bossman had taken an interest in Ever Trash. Defector or not. Oh, there we go. There's your answer. But orders were orders. So they personally invited Philip to visit Onacinus. No matter how Luke tried to charm or threaten Philip, the man sat there like a corpse. Well, I mean, he did have to deal with Ever, so I'm not surprised. That changed the moment Kieran showed up, dripping himself over Luke with practice ease. Why waste your breath on logic? Kieran chirped. When kidnapping is so much faster. Kieran, are you the kidnapping one? Are you the one who so readily kidnaps people and ties them up? Kieran, I got my eye on you. Poor Luke, just going along with your plans. When Philip's gaze locked onto him, it was with an almost hungry, unblinking intensity. Kieran bristled. He was half a second away from lashing out. At the razor's edge, the strange researcher finally relented and accepted the invitation. It's... That's... I kind of want to hold on to that because it's interesting that the moment Kieran mentions kidnapping, Philip reacts. That's okay. That's super interesting. After that, Philip's reputation as the mad scientist spread across the N109 zone. He has skills, an eccentric personality, allergic to the outside world. Bro, same, honestly. Nothing like the man he is now. Luke lowers his gaze and goes back to slacking off. Hold on to that. You'll get an explanation. It's not about the kidnapping. Okay, I'll hold on to it. I'll hold on to it, and then we'll revisit it again. Okay. But this time's different. Ever hit the workshop, and they took Mr. Muffy's stuff. If 303 doesn't want the crow pecking at him for eternity, it makes sense he'd show up himself. Fair. I happen to be nearby since I'm scouting the route for the next race. Give me a few minutes. Luke's eyes light up. Really? What are you driving? A motorcycle? What kind of motorcycle? Black? Does it breathe fire? Yes, perfect. 303 drives a grandpa like a grandpa on a morning stroll. Stop, you guys. Leave him alone. Karen, get over here now. I'm on my way. Luke and Karen are giddy. Leave it to Hank, who's mature and dependable, to actually show up when it counts. Hank is the favorite uncle. Philip is the boring one. Meanwhile, has it ever occurred to you that Philip watches the two through the rearview mirror? This is my communication device. The backend monitors data traffic. It includes. He taps the side of the steering wheel, and the car's audio system switches to speaker mode, and a voice reads. 303 drives like a grandpa on a morning stroll. The tone is dripping with mockery, and the infliction is almost unsettlingly human. But the model is it was trained on sounds suspiciously like Philip's voice. The van is very, very quiet. But the silence doesn't last more than a second. At the intersection, Philip steps on the brake. Two SUVs barrel out of the abandoned factories on either side without warning and cut across the lane. They box the van from the front, windows rolled down, and a row of black muzzles emerge. It's Ever. Does Philip have an evol? Do we know if he has an evol? I thought he was just using tech. Like, he's like super techie like Jeremiah. Philip is already shifting into reverse gear. We closed the distance too fast, so they countered us. Boom. Didn't consider Philip an evol. I don't think he has one. Is he one of the non-evolvers? He made this AI. Oh yeah, okay. The roar of a motorcycle engine tears through the night as it surges from behind. A black figure streaks past like lightning. Twin headlights carve blazing white trails through the darkness. It's a pure black, heavy-duty cruiser. Its sleek frame sheathed in matte coating. Its exhaust pipes spit ghastly blue flames as every line is an ode to cold, composed violence. From the back seat of a humble van, Luke cranes his neck out the window to admire the view. Sick. Black. Kieran opens his mouth, his envy dripping with every word. And it breathes blue fire. Simone might have a techie ball. Yeah. Before he can continue, the rider guns the throttle. The motorcycle rockets towards the SUV like a missile. Ever can't react in time, and two vehicles crash. They tumble through the guardrail and plunge into the ditch below. Flames erupt towards the city. It's a perfect one-for-one trade. Philip watches as the rider jumps off the motorcycle at the last possible second, tucks into a roll, and tumbles to a stop beside the van. The helmet comes off to reveal a face that can only be described as mature and composed. I love these four. These four are just... It's the two nephews and the two uncles, and I'm here for it. Philip pinches the bridge of his nose. He lets out a weary sigh. It was a roadblock. Was that really necessary? This is hilarious. It's a good team up, it is. Wind howls past the windows as it's entangled with the growing roar of engines closing in from behind. The gray van tears down the road. Hank has taken the wheel now. Being a former pro racer, he somehow wrangled a speed trail performance out of this rust bucket. Oh, speed trial. And speed trails are where the limit is the minimum, mind you. He weaves and swerves the vehicle with reckless abandon. The consequences of kicking the hornet's nest arrive faster than expected. The ever operatives, forced into their mutual destruction. Forced into that mutual destruction stunt with the motorcycle, have abandoned their original route. They've mobilized every reserve unit in the area and are intent in trapping the van inside this maze of steel and concrete. Warning, multiple unidentified vehicles are approaching from their flank. Their current speed is approximately 7 kilometers per hour. He would flip for Jeremiah's horse. Hank swerves to dodge a stray bullet from the rear flank. The Philip-like voice echoes through the cabin. Philip, your car just gained sentience. Philip doesn't look up. He's busy simulating multiple routes on the map. Unfortunately, no. It's an intelligent model I trained a while back. It's still in beta testing. There's a critical technical bottleneck I haven't managed to break through yet, but its combined theoretical IQ is 1.5 times my own. It can handle most driving scenarios. Correct. The AI tone is modest. Its voice, 99% identical to Philip's. Stop. This is hilarious. You may also call me Phil. I hope this comes back. Hank's eyes light up with understanding. So it's a fancy navigation system with a custom voice pack. Yes. Hank and Rafa's mechanics would get along great, yes. As the minutes stretch on, the blue lines marked passable routes on the holographic map disappear one by one. Philip's brow furrows. Good news is the tracker hasn't been discovered. The pursuit routes still within manageable perimeters. The AI, unburdened by the human habit of sugarcoating, cuts in blatantly. Bad news is that the enemy's infiltration of the N109 zone runs deeper than previously known. The encirclement is now complete. Thank you, Phil. Phil has a... 5 o'clock, 400 meters, 4 vehicles, just pulled out of warehouse 3, and they're moving fast. Doesn't look like standard transport. Kieran provides the intel. Drones overhead, at least 12. Luke clicks his tongue at the news. He's already cracking his knuckles in anticipation. The enemy combat units exceed the safety threshold by 187%. Recalculating escape routes. Recalculation failed. Strategic withdrawal with counterattack contingency is highly recommended. More violence! More violence! As if to validate the AI's assessment, the enemy barrier contracts The enemy barrier contracts. Bullets and energy beams pour down like a monsoon. Hank wrenches the wheel, the question arriving a beat too late. What contingency? Amid the hail of gunfire, Philip patiently clarifies. Oh, Phil patiently clarifies. In layman's terms, turn around, run now. Thanks. Violence, yay! A moment of silence. Then Hank speeds up. Back in my underground racing days, Mr. Sylus taught me something. When you're boxed in on the track, the best counterattack isn't shaking off your opponents. With a flawless drift, the van slams through a crumbling wall and bursts of chemical plants to ruins. I love Hank so much. Oh my gosh. He launches it into a suspended corridor linking two cooling towers. The walkway groans and sways. Hank shifts gears. It's forcing them onto a track where you have the advantage. For one heart-stopping instant, the momentum tips the van as it grinds across the corridor. When the van clears the walkway, the entire structure gives way. Ever's pursuers slam their brakes, but those lumbering SUVs have nowhere to go. One after another, they plunge, and the thunderous impact resounds. Dust billows, flames roar to life. Before Philip can exhale, several light blue energy masses begin converging behind the smoke and dust. It's their antimatter weapons. Oh, uh-oh. Get down! Just a regular Tuesday. They're going to get stuff from Neffy. Karen, the only one crouched outside the van, reacts. A volley of throwing knives strike the launcher, but a beam of blue light still grazes his left cheek. Oh. A thin crack is left across his mask. The antimatter attack veers off course and slams into the ground instead, but the heat it creates nearly flips the van. Caught off guard, Philip is thrown out of the cabin and tumbles across the ground. When the communication device slips from his grip, everything goes black. Oh no. Oh no! Alright. Music slaps, but all I can think about is the rhythm game of Sylus fetching water. Is the music too loud? Do I need to throw it? Do I need to make it lower? It is an interesting choice of music. The damaged device lies in a heap of rubble a few meters away. Phil's voice cuts in and out. In the face of failure, choose to retreat is not shameful. Now charting, contingency plans, total of. The electronic voice forces its way through the gaps in the ringing, only to be swallowed again by a shrill, piercing whine. It's okay, it's just more wild. Okay. Well, I think it turned itself off now. Oh no, it just turned down. Okay. The electronic one. Philip's consciousness drifts at the edge of darkness. Everything in his vision slowly spins, and the colors bleed. Hey Philip, your phone's off again? Good thing I have the communication you made. Otherwise, I'd never get through to you. Don't worry, it's not like this is my first stay in the hospital. I can take care of myself. Who's this? Who's this? You don't believe me? Look at the report. Felix, vitals stable, and may be discharged after observation. Focus on your work. Don't take time off to see me. Hey, Philip. Your phone die again? You always forget everything the second you start an experiment. The doctor said even identical twins can have minor genetic mutations. Don't cry. Look on the bright side. Medication can keep things stable for a long time. After the Chrono Rift catastrophe, the hospitals overflowed. But I know you're still alive. You just don't have anywhere to charge your phone. Right, Philip? Hey, Philip. I volunteered for a new trial at Xander Sciences. Don't worry. I'm your twin, aren't I? We're made of tougher stuff. Once I'm better, I'll find you. Oh. You're really something else. Luke kills 2 hostiles in quick succession and then helps Kieran haul an unconscious Philip behind the crumbled wall of an abandoned factory. Yeah. No wonder you never do field work. You're more fragile than glass. Looks like 303's precious device is dead. Kieran doesn't respond. His fingertips trace the crack on his mask and linger. Seconds pass, then he lets out a quiet, yeah. Luke tucks the gadget back into Philip's loosely curled palm. What's there to be upset about? 303's built the thing in the first place. Once we clean this up, he can fix yours. That lifts Kieran's spirits. He flicks a handful of throwing knives into the fray. Then I want one just like yours. Neither of them notices Philip's fingers twitching and curling ever so slightly. I've been meaning to ask since we first met. Philip, why do you stare at us like that? It's creepy. We're twins, of course we look the same. The scar doesn't count. It's a medal of honor. No wonder Kieran agreed to come with us. When he saw you. Your number is 303. I heard everyone with the number is that in that experiment was an identical twin. Where's your brother? I've never seen him around. Oh no. Getting treated at an Ever hospital meant you couldn't contact anyone? It's no big deal. Which hospital? The boys and I can tear the place down for you. So there really are diseases only they can treat. I bet they're the ones who created them. Yeah, I bet that too. Unfold when I catch you. You thought this would be a funny surprise. Hi, Veerly. Side effects from our time there? Yeah, we had them, but Bossman took care of it. You should have seen him crush those crystals with his bare hands. Spoiler alert, it was cool. Hey, 303. Do you think you could make us masks? Oh no. Something cool and the kind that covers your face. Actually, forget cool. That's secondary. What matters most is that they look exactly the same. They're trying to make it hurt less. Get in. Hank barrels through the crumbling wall with the van. Its tires shriek as he pulls a hairpin drift that narrowly dodges the antimatter beam's ghostly blue arc. The door flies open with a metallic clang in front of the three. Kieran barely manages to drag Philip into the back seat before his eyes notice a flash of silver gray. It's a metal container bearing the unmistakable signature of the Odd Workshop. It's launched skyward by the blast and is now arcing back down. Up there! There it is! Hank spots the container and wrenches the wheel. He spins the van nearly 180 degrees. Get it back! Luke and Kieran are already moving. They vault through the hail of gunfire and intercept the container. They toss it between them like a ball and toy with their pursuers until they've had their fun. Then they land with perfect grace. The van roars towards the drop point, and gravity slams Philip into his seat. Bullets scream past. Casings clatter against the roof like hail. His colleague's voice fade in and out. Why isn't Philip awake yet? I'm filing a report with Boss Man for slacking on the job. Philip's eyes stay closed. His consciousness keeps sinking and falling through the chaos and the noise. Philip was in the middle of a routine briefing when he learned that resuscitation efforts for Felix had failed. The comms device in his pocket buzzed once. The message from his informant was short, yet it rooted Philip to the spot. His mind blank. Then came the flood. Pathology reports, medical records, and even detailed profiles of the lead surgeons. The screen flickered on and off, its pale glow reflecting the slow unraveling of his expression into emptiness. He wasn't a doctor. He never really understood medical jargon. That was precisely why, when modern medicine threw up its hands, he'd pinned his hopes for Felix's recovery on Xander Sciences and their breakthrough treatment. The supposed stuff from legends, but disease doesn't slow its corrosive march just because the cure hasn't caught up. For the vast majority of ordinary lives, death is still the one destination no road can bypass. Philip looked up, his gaze finding the man before him. Sylus sat in his usual place, composed as usual. His figure overlapped with the memory of their first meeting when Philip had fled to Onacinus with nothing but secrets and desperation. That same unshakable composure, the same effortless control. Mr. Sylus, Philip heard himself ask the question before he could stop it. Did I make the wrong choice? If he hadn't run from Ever's operatives, if he hadn't clung to the hollow hope Xander Sciences dangled before him instead of facing reality, would he at least have been there at Felix's side and walked with him to the end? Ugh. But no matter which path he took, his only wish had been to keep his twin alive for just a little longer. Sylus said nothing. Mephisto flew down and landed, his sharp beak curiously tapping at the communication device. Philip's gaze burned, his throat tightened. He was about to say something, An apology, maybe, for the outburst or for overstepping. But Silas's gaze settled on him. There was no judgment, no pity, nor the weight of gravity. Don't give death more power than it deserves. You're still alive. That means his life hasn't truly reached it. In the passenger seat, the comms device in Philip's palm flickers to life without warning. On the screen, a shadowy pixel crow flies before scattering into countless lines of code. It scrolls, updates, and vanishes. A heartbeat later, Phil's voice returns. I'm sorry we never got to meet again. The tone is gentle, steadfast. Beneath the static, there's a faint trace of a sigh. I never blamed you. Not once. Amidst the shriek of bullets tearing past him, Philip opens his eyes. I have to read through the rest of this. Oh my gosh. Cold air floods his lungs. Philip touches the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes. Under Hank's bewildered stare, he leans between the front seat, pries open the glove box beneath the center console, and pulls out a secondary control panel. It's charmingly analog in design. A rapid sequence of inputs later, the van's interior rumbles with a series of heavy, purposeful mechanical clicks. The side door panels open to reveal honeycomb-like composite alloy armor beneath. A medium-sized weapon platform sheathed in heat dissipation grills rises from the roof. The rear hatch splits like wings and folds outward to expose rows of micro missiles. Oh my god. They... This is... Their warheads glittering in the dim light. In seconds, the van has become a bristling mechanical fortress, and the tide of battle turns. Did I mention this before? Philip adjusts his goggles, his voice carrying the weight of too many years and too little sleep. This van got a few tweaks. Attaboy, Philip. Also, I have to go back to that one saying where he says, I never blamed you, not once. And my impulse to say you came for me and that's all that mattered. If you guys have seen Advent Children, you guys will know what I'm implying with that one. Jeremiah would be proud. He would be so proud. Him and Philip would get along so well. The blood moon hangs high in the night sky. Unreliable streetlights flicker and dim. The district lies empty in the wake of the Zoian hunt. Nothing stirs save for a single van parked at the corner. Its engine cold. Philip sits alone inside. He stares at the faint glow of the dashboard indicator. Spot the Final Fantasy lovers. The mission's over. The others peeled off one by one on the way back. A gust sweeps through, stirring scraps of paper across the pavement. Before long, a mechanical crow descends into a flutter of dark wings and gives light to a rusty impost? Oh my gosh. Oh, lamppost. Oh. Not me not knowing how to read lamppost. His crimson eyes silently observe him. Philip steps out, retrieving the battered container from the back. New equipment. Don't lose it. It's already been calibrated to your preferences. The crow lets out a sharp caw and flies down, his metal beak tapping against the case as if running his own inspection. Philip continues. I mapped out all of Gaia biotech routes too. For the biometric key Mr. Sylus is after, follow the markers, then it's yours. Mephisto deigns to look satisfied. He clamps his beak around the handle, bobs his head in regal approval on behalf of his master, and takes off. 2 lazy circles in the air, then he vanishes into the darkness. Across the street, Elysium's neon lights make it appear like an island adrift in the dark. Light spills through the window and pools into a soft halo on the pavement. Jazz slips through the cracks in the door. A saxophone croons. Its sound low and lazy, and threaded with distant laughter. Philip stands in the cold, his thumb tracing the small device in his pocket. He wavers. A drink or return to... he wavers. A drink or return to the workshop to fix the communication device. He pushes through the bar front door. The overtime match is still playing. There aren't a lot of customers. A few unfamiliar faces have claimed a table in the corner. Cards in hand, they have stacked their chips high. The owner stands behind the counter while polishing a whiskey glass. She offers an occasional smile in response to the patron's banter. A cup of hot tea sits at the center of the empty bar, its steam curling upward before dissolving into the overhead light's glow. Beneath it lies a drink menu, and in the margins, someone has doodled 2 grinning faces wearing crow masks with a black marker. Outside of the window's reflection, a motorcycle engine growl fades into the distance. And farther still, in the ruins of the Gaia Research Center, fire blooms one last time. Smoke rises into the sky, swells, and then it swiftly submerged into the darkness. The nights in the N109 zone are long enough for Philip to finish his tea. Wow. That was insane. I was not expecting to be sad like that. It's so good. It's really good. And I really like that they had all of the NPCs. Yeah, they had all the boys together, everyone that supports Sylus together. I'm going to have to reread this one. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, I mean, there is a lore in it. It's really interesting. I also thought it was fun to see what they were doing during the Zayne hunt. Yeah, I agree. You know, I have kind of this, it's really, well, I guess Ever doesn't really, so someone will have to remind me about the twins. Do they, because they were experimented on as well. It was Ever that experimented on them, correct? Is the number designated? Oh, Philip's backstory is pretty interesting. It is. Loved it and finally learned about Philip. Yeah. I need to reread the story about them. Twins are experimented on by Ever, yes, specifically. Okay. So, yeah, Ever said. Okay. So I think it's really interesting. And the only reason I bring this up is, and you know, we're not going to go on a tangent. It's just I want to make the connection because I think there's a lot of really cool connections happening between several of the guys, which you know, you don't really see in the main story, which is they experiment on twins specifically. And if we stick with the idea that Caleb and MC could possibly be clones of each other, it's really interesting that Xander and Ever would want to focus on similar DNA using twins. That's all I'm gonna say about it. It's something that I'm gonna put a pin in, but it is something that's super important. It is also really important that both sets of twins so far have ended up with Sylus specifically. On an emotional note, if we were to go back to Beyond Survival and talk about, yeah, I see where you're going. Yeah. I think it's really interesting. I was thinking that too. I really wonder why they're obsessed with twins. It's interesting. Yeah. That's I'm gonna leave it at that because I don't want to go on a tangent about Caleb and MC, but I do think it's very interesting. I also think it's very interesting that both sets of twins have so far ended up with Sylus. But going back to Beyond Survival and Onacinus aesthetics, on this like emotional idea of Sylus, it's really interesting that Sylus has sort of picked up these I don't know how to he's picked up these misfits, but I don't mean it in the idea of like he's picking up misfits because they're seen as bad, but that these people who have every reason not to trust a lot of people, specifically trust Sylus, who is supposed to be this ultra dangerous sort of person. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know where my brain is going with that, but it's super interesting that specifically Sylus has sort of picked up and adopted a bunch of these people when he's supposed to be. Sylus likes to collect people who have been cast out. Yeah. He's He draws in individuals who are like outsiders, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. It sees people's that's I think that's what I'm going with, is that he sees people's worth is more what I see in it. It's not necessarily like, oh, they're surface level like outsiders, or he's interested in people and he picks up people who are interesting. I think it's deeper than that. I think it's actually partly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually partly has to do with his aether core, or his I'm wondering if because I think he's very purposeful about the people that he picks up. He doesn't just pick up anybody who's outcast. I actually think it would be really cool to see if he uses his aether core to sort of his aether core sort of emotionally connects to people when it comes to like the base desires. If we go back to what Meyer was saying of like love having these, you know, base desires and you know whatnot. I don't know if that's making sense. But that's kind of where my brain went with it, I guess. If he sees desire, maybe he's drawn to people with desire to fit in. I think Sylus is definitely able to read people very well because of his core. I think it's just I think it's like an instant discernment that people to people's true sign. So he would know if they were worth it. Yeah. Another thing that I want to pick up about Ever. Do we know if Felix had protocore syndrome? Because to me it sounded like he had protocore syndrome and he was getting put into the cocoon, like the whatever Zayne and Carter were doing. That sort of thing. Is that what they were implying, or am I reading too much into it? Is it not? It's not that serious, bro. Because that's also something that I think is super interesting. Also, yes, the Fountain of Vitae. Okay. So that's now. Here's another question that I kind of want to go on to that. Was it the earliest version? Okay. So here's another question. Isn't one of the twins severely disfigured? Like, not severely disfigured, but has a bunch of facial scars and stuff like that. Because I think that's the implication. Okay. Because that's also another interesting thing, is that if they don't, okay, that they only do it to one. Yes, one of them has scars on the face because they were tortured. One to see how the other would react. Okay. That's not where my brain was going, but that is still very, very interesting. I think Luke does. Okay. I'm gonna hold on to that information too, because I think that's interesting. There was one other thing I wanted to make a note of, but I don't. They have telepathic pain receptors. Okay. That's actually interesting. The twin bond thing. Okay. That's also very interesting, though. That's something that I still want to hold on to that, because that's actually kind of interesting that Ever would specifically want to experiment something like that, because Ever is very purposeful about what they experiment on. Because my headcanon for Ever, just a quick, is that they don't manufacture things on their own. They actually take existing data and synthetically do it. Like they take things, take experiments, take charts and numbers and stuff like that. They don't actually ever like keep anyone. But their goal is to synthetically create something instead. So, yeah. Oh, we'll reread through the twin one, so we can all get good information, all caught up on the information. Turning into Ultram. See, and that's what, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to reread that one. Oh my god, you guys, I have to pause for a second. Spagooter is dreaming, and it is so freaking adorable. He's like chirping in his dream right now. So cute. It's so adorable. They copy and steal people's homework. Yes. Bless you. Did your sneeze wake you up? It was so cute. Oh, sweet boy. Oh, you're such a sweet boy. Yes, hydrate. Yeah, so we're gonna take a minute. I'm gonna swap over. We're gonna do Zayne's next. Twitches too, yeah. Bye, Saucy. I'll see you later. Be safe, whatever you're doing. Okay, I'm gonna swap this over so that it's Zany next. All right, we're gonna do Zany next. I do need to get up for a second to go get food because I'm a little hungry. I'll be right back. had to eat this sandwich really fast. My tummy is growling. Oh, the brain work makes you hungry. Yep. Yeah. I'm eating a lot of sugar. I think my liver was very unhappy about all the sugar I'd been eating recently because I was getting a little bit of phantom pain in the gallbladder area. Sometimes that happens when I eat too much sugar. Jasmine coming up with an excuse for Zayne to have his treats. I bet Zayne does the little treats thing. He like finishes a report and then he's like, I get a snack as a treat. Just a little sugar on occasion. I explained it during his monologue. Oh crap, I forgot what his name was. I'm gonna need to bake more cake because I have so much frosting still left over from Sylus's. Dimitri with his psychotic self. It's true. All right. If we're ready for Zayne's, put some snowflakes in the chat. I think this is, that looks like Shubai. That looks like one of my other sons, Shubai. I'm gonna go grab a, actually I am gonna go grab a sweet. I got cookies still. Put snowflakes in the chat, you guys are gonna hear me. I'm gonna narrate my whole process of what I'm doing. I'm opening my freezer. I adopt all the children. Yeah, they're left over from Sylus's cake. They're the Oreo thin ones, though. Not the thin Oreos. Two Oreos. My son is so handsome. I know. I love Shubai. All right. Let's get started. Oh, this one's... Okay. The music should be good. I just I wish I had Oreos. I love Oreos. All right, here we go. Wow, his hair is as white as snow. I've never seen clothes like that before. They must be complicated to put on. I wonder how old he is. Where did he come from? Excuse me. He's awake, he's awake. When Shubai opened his eyes, he sees faces crowded around him. Having always been the observer of humans, Shubai finds himself being observed for the first time. Curious children with varying appearances are gathered by his bedside. They speak in a language that belongs to the outside world. He observed for a long time. Shubai's head dully aches as he struggles to recall everything that happened. He was in the lecture hall to study the proper etiquette for serving the emissary. Then fierce winds arose and the sky darkened. A massive rift appeared at the junction where the fractal library branches off into different worlds. While everyone was trying to determine the cause of the new branch, Shiki, calling excitedly, charged into the opening. As order gradually returned, the administrator spoke to Shubai with grave solemnity. Your reading companion has found the emissary. Your mission has begun. Afterwards, Shubai gave in and followed Shiki's calls into the rift. In a whirlwind of chaos where the sky and earth seemed to spin amid howling winds and blizzards, Shubai lands on wilted grass. His head struck a tree stump. His vision went dark, and he lost consciousness while hearing Shiki's anxious howls. Now that he's awake, he finds himself surrounded by children. After going through the trouble of getting here, the first face he sees isn't the revered emissaries. Shubai wishes he could pass out again. Okay. Everyone, please give him some space. Don't crowd around him. He needs air to breathe. A woman approaches. She appears to be in her 40s and is wearing a white lab coat. Shubai has studied many materials about this era in preparation for meeting the emissary, so he recognizes this as a doctor's attire. Unfortunately, with no hospital name embroidered on her coat, he can't determine where he is or how far he might be from the emissary. The children obediently make way as the doctor sits next to the bed. She holds up her hand, gestures with her fingers, and speaks in a gentle voice. Hey, kiddo, How many fingers am I holding up? Shubai takes a moment to process the fact that he was called a child. Then he cautiously answers this impromptu cognitive test. 7? Good. The doctor smiles at him. The wound on your head has been treated. Why don't you lie down for a while longer? Ignoring her suggestion, Shubai asks, Wait, what year is it now? That's a weird thing to ask. He's so cute, though. He's never let him meet better. Never process anything. Together, they could be half of a brain cell. Is the most important question at hand. One of the children speaks. 2035. Oh, I thought I was unconscious for years. Like in those TV shows. Noticing the confusion and concern in the doctor's eyes, Shubai quickly explains himself. Thankfully, TV shows were his most important resource from learning about this era. The doctor smiles, and Shubai breathes a sigh of relief. Then he asks another important question. This is Lincoln City, right? In the autumn of 2035, this timeline's emissary of the divine should have just entered Lincoln Medical School. 3 years later, he'd relocate and attend the medical school in Skyhaven. Lincoln City? The doctor looks surprised. That's thousands of kilometers from here. When the patrolling hunters found you this morning, you were unconscious in the wasteland nearby. You were alone. The emissary isn't here? Shubai's eyes widen, unable to believe it. Shiki's nose is more sensitive than a dog's. How could he have led him astray? Throwing aside the covers, he immediately tries to get out of bed and put on his shoes. I need to go Lincoln City. No. The doctor's expression becomes stern as she presses him back down with one hand. Her voice remains calm. You've been unconscious all day, and it's already nighttime. Wanderers emerge from the cracks in the stone walls near where you were found. The Hunters Association has temporarily designated it as a no-hunt zone. It's extremely dangerous, and transportation won't resume until the alert is lifted. Will it take a long time? Shubai asks. Laying down, his face reveals his disappointment. It's for everyone's safety, the doctor replies. She leans down to check the bandages on his forehead and examine any wound drainage. Her ID badge slips into Shubai's view. Do you live in Lincoln City? Like it's his home? They serve the emissary of the divine. They don't need homes. Oh my gosh. Oh, do you live in Lincoln City? Oh, that's what, like, it's his home? Oh, I got it. Okay, so that was supposed to be the doctor. Got it. Okay. No, I'm looking for someone, Shubai replies, his gaze falling on the ID badge before him. The upper left-hand corner displays a human figure, outlined in red and white lines, the symbol of doctors worldwide. In the name section, Dr. Althea. Okay. Okay, sweetie. Lincoln City is huge. Who are you looking for? Shubai furrows his brow and tries to recall the emissary's appearance. It has been too long since they met, Or rather, Shubai has always been a reader who learned about him through objective description. Oh no. He's tall, cold, and with a hard ice core. Yeah, you're doing your best. Dr. Althea blinks a few times as if trying hard to imagine him. Shubai stares at her expectantly. Do you know someone like that? Dr. Althea shakes her head and laughs. No, but this is the first time I've heard someone with such a description. Very helpful, Shubai. The writers seem to like writing characters who behave very differently from the people of Lincoln for World Underneath. Wonder if it's something to look for, further into, or I'm just overthinking it. I think it's just because there's a lot of side characters. Oh yeah, yeah. All right. It's late, and all the children are asleep. Shubai, not truly a child, tosses and turns. He's unable to sleep. He quietly gets out of bed and walks to the courtyard. The moon hangs high. It's light like frost, as the tree's branches near the wall droop. Crystalline dewdrops form on the leaves. September nights are heavy with the dew here, and the leaves have yellowed early. It's almost like autumn. This is unlike the library's perpetual spring. And it's the first time Shubai has seen leaves that are half green, half yellow. He can't help but stare. Is this during Zayne's birthday? Because this is giving Zayne's birthday. And if it is, it's really cute. I wonder how old Shubai is. I was just thinking about that because they're very adamant about Shubai not being a child, but the way I kind of see him is like one of those like spirits, like an aging spirit, where I mean he's like not a spirit obviously, but he's just sort of an in-between phenomenon, I guess. He's ageless. Yeah, just very ageless. He's perpetually childlike, yeah. Dr. Althea sits under a lamp while filling out medical records. She looks up to see him, and a hint of resignation crosses her face as she beckons. Come here. But no, they mentioned he didn't go to Skype. Okay. Shubai brings over a small stool and sits down. Snoring softly, Shiki is curled up at Dr. Althea's feet. The doctor peels a tangerine and carefully separates the pieces before handing them to him. This is when Zayne was 14. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. Zayne's timeline is kind of cattywampus. That's the only word I could think of. There are only 2 doctors at this field hospital. In addition to Dr. Althea, whom Shubai has grown familiar with, there's also her husband, Dr. Jace. He's spending the night at the hunter's camp for the shift. Here for his birthday. Oh, that's what it seems like. Althea looks at Shubai, and her smile reaches her eyes. Our son is only a couple years older than you. He's studying in Lincoln City. She opens her phone. So, oh my god! No! She opens her phone, selects a contact mark with an orange emoji, and scrolls through their chat to find a photo. Here. Shubai leans forward to look, and his expression freezes. No wonder Shiki ran here. It just occurred to me who these two people are. In the photo, flower petals dance in the wind across the university campus. Stop, this is so cute. A boy who still has a boyish look carries a stack of materials that nearly reach his chin. He's walking alone through the crowd. The students around him were older and taller. I didn't know. I didn't know. I don't know why. I didn't. Not right off the bat, no. I missed it all. All of it I missed. No, I didn't. The whole, nope, I didn't. In the through the crowd, older and taller, his youthful, fair face stares into the camera with wide, cat-like eyes, and he looks very, very tiny, adorable, and soft. Right? Has Meyer brain. Has to reboot after Filsy. I do. Althea sighs with motherly affection. He's already a teenager, but whenever I look at my Zayne, can't help but feel this way. Shubai doesn't dare to respond. He pretends his mouth is too full of mandarin orange pieces to speak. There's a reason why she is stuck. Yeah, major cute aggression though, yeah. To him, this tiny soft boy in the photo is none other than the supreme, solemnly dignified emissary of the divine. The emissary is like a blade forged from frost and snow as he stands above every world that deserves to be erased. Tall, cold, and with a hard ice core is the only accurate description. Shubai raises his hand and taps the screen. Althea smiles and opens an album titled Zayne just for him. A family photo where he, as a 5-year-old, mimics his parents by clutching his little fists against his cheek to imitate a cat. Stop! I can throw my tablet right now. It's so cute. A picture of him, his calm, chubby 8-year-old face after winning a gold medal in a youth mathematics competition. A photograph featuring the look of wonder on his 11-year-old face while Jace lifts him into a massive 577 kilogram pumpkin during a family outing. This, I can't. A recent photo where he's attending a university entrance ceremony surrounded by peers who were half a head taller than him. There are also photos of a summer night spent eating ice cream and stargazing with a neighborhood girl. As well as a frequent appearance of a woman who transformed from a young mother in her 20s to a gentle woman in her early 40s. Seeing the emissary gradually growing up with a happy expression and his mother slowly aging. Shubai feels the reality of this world for the first time. People grow old, the emissary grows up, and leaves turn yellow. It's okay, so we don't know much about Shiki, or not Shiki, but Shubai. I did not ask for you. I'm a smart genius, baby. Okay, so this it kind of Zayne, how do why as we get okay. That's it. Zayne. How does Zayne become the emissary? I guess that's my pinpoint is Zayne, how do I? And does he eventually stop aging? Because I wonder if it's like this, Zayne was destined to be emissary. Okay. I kind of want to... Yeah, where did they... Yeah, like, how did... Like, Zayne was born, obviously. Well, there's some theories on what happened with Zayne, too. Like, how did he, you know, come here and whatnot? And is he... I know there's theories about him being, like, adopted by Althea and Jace. And, he might need to remember. Maybe outside... Well, yeah, and that's where I was going with that, Ada, was like inside the fractal library or inside of Angru, does he stop aging? Like once you're in there, do you just like stop aging? So occasionally does he go back to the fractal library or Angru just to like stop the aging process? I think it's the typical he has to grow up, but he doesn't age past that. Okay. I mean, that's fine too. Okay. We have never seen old version of Zayne though. Well, but Zayne is like a point in time. So he's... Zayne I thought was just Zayne in all timelines. Like that's what I had pictured after GOA. Zayne does seem to be outside from, yeah. Assume each dimension he travels to, he starts a fresh age. Oh, see, I thought Zayne is just like Zayne in Lincoln is same as Foreseer, is same as GOA. That's kind of how my brain processed it, was that they're literally just all the same Zayne. But then I don't know. Zayne is, yeah, he got timey-wimey Time Lord stuff going on with him specifically. Like, Zayne specifically, Time Lord. Well, we know Dawnbreaker grew up to... That's the closest alt to our Zayne. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I have theories about Dawnbreaker too. About him being a break off of Zayne. Like a manifestation of Zayne somehow. Several weeks passed. Shubai's clothes are washed, dried, ironed, and then dirtied again from playing. Shiki is plumper now. Finally, the alert is lifted. We all have theories of Dawnbreaker. The Hunters Association dispatch team conducts a thorough sweep of the surrounding area to assure there is no lingering danger from the wanderers. While staying at the field hospital and waiting for transportation to resume, Shubai receives a cartoon hoodie as a replacement. It supposedly belonged to the emissary of the Divine when he was younger. Cute. Think he is a failed timeline version. Yeah. Different reincarnation, but similar to maybe. Yeah. It features an angry carrot that Shubai particularly liked. According to Dr. Jace, the emissary wasn't fond of the design, but he didn't want to disappoint his parents. So whenever he wore this hoodie, he carried his backpack on his chest. Stop, Zayne. Oh my god. Wearing Big Brother's hand-me-downs story is it's so cute. Later, Dr. Jace bought him a dog head backpack, which made the emissary even more reluctant to wear it. Recently, the emissary got tall so quickly that he outgrew the clothes entirely. Jace slaps his thigh with laughter as he tells the story. Exasperated, Althea swats Jace. He just returned from the hunter's camp with injuries, but without ever putting down his first aid kit, he's already roughhousing with the children in the courtyard. Jace especially likes to tease Shubai, who can only sit and silently fume. He repeatedly tells himself that Dr. Jace is the emissary's father, and he's the emissary's father. Thankfully, the emissary's personality is different from his father's. Stop, this is so cute. Shubai can only feel how beloved the couple is in the local community. He meets a little girl wiping away her tears. She says, "Grandma told me that Dr. Althea and Dr. Jace went to the market this morning to stock up on their next journey. They're not staying? It'd be nice if they did, but they're from doctors worldwide. They're only stationed here temporarily because of the sudden appearance of wanderers and their mission to mark off the no-hunt zone. Once the magnetic field stabilizes and this area is safe, they'll leave. There are people in other places who need them." Shubai understands to an extent. Sitting on a swing in the corner of the courtyard, he moves back and forth. He notices the leaves are more yellow as they fall onto his lap. Leaves return to their roots, and life ends. Shubai picks up a crisp fallen leaf. Time's passage, as described in books, is light when rolled between his fingers. It crumbles at the slightest touch. Now that transportation has resumed, Dr. Althea and Dr. Jace are prepared to depart. It's time for him to set off in search of the emissary of Divine. Bruh, just go with them. The distance from here to Lincoln City is vast. He needs to find the quickest route. The courtyard gate opens from the outside as the couple returns from shopping. Each carries several large bags of local specialties. For once, they aren't wearing their white coats. Their sleeves rolled up, they cut pieces of colorful cardboard, fold them into perfect boxes, and place the items inside. It takes them a moment to realize that these must be what people call gifts. Oh, Shiki, or Shubai. I keep wanting to call him Shiki. I don't know why. I love Shiki too, but I love Shubai. He's learning. He's doing good. The gifts prepared by Althea and Jace are neatly arranged. They're waiting to be wrapped. Althea smiles as she takes out her phone and starts a video call. Hi, Sky. Zayne, dear. Mom, Dad. Stop. The call quickly connects. Shubai watches quietly, gazing at the emissary's face on the screen. It feels as though he's seen it countless times before, yet somehow this is also the first time. The emissary of the divine walks from the laboratory to the corridor. He holds his phone, he holds his phone and meticulously keeps his face centered in the frame with the same precision he applies to his research. Stop, this is so cute. Althea laughs. A hold up in the lab again? Your father and I bought some local specialties as gifts. As usual, you get to be the first one to pick your favorite before we give them out to the other children. She turns the camera towards her husband, who enthusiastically showcases each gift. The emissary answers in exactly what Shubai expected. All of them will do. Hey! Jace responds with a playful scolding expression. How can you say that? Althea also looks at him tenderly. Zayne, everyone should have something they like the best. Stop, this is so cute. All right. In the video, the emissary lowers his gaze. He appears to be considering something. Seconds pass before he offers his parents a faint smile and nods. Even after the call ends, Shubai remains puzzled. He has no favorites either. Every world's story is equally interesting, and every world's ending is the same. From a perspective that exists on a higher plane of existence, the one emotion he can never possess is preference. Huh, that's actually pretty interesting. I actually really like that. After dinner, it's really, it's really interesting that each of these NPCs that we've experienced, both with Sylus's Meyer and with Shubai, is that they both lack a fundamental understanding of human emotion and have these expectations of they can't feel these like fundamental expressions that other people feel. Like Meyer just couldn't do love, and now Shubai thinks that he can't have a preference. But who says that he's not allowed to have a preference, After dinner, Althea and Jace give the beautifully wrapped gifts to the children, who jump with excitement. Althea looks around and waves to Shubai, who has stepped aside. Shubai, come here. This is for you. I get one too? Shubai's mouth opens slightly in surprise. He doesn't belong here. Of course. Jace mimics Shubai's surprised expression. Smiling, he says, and since you're heading to Lincoln City to find someone, we've prepared snacks and travel essentials for you. A raincoat, wet wipes, a power bank. Remember to charge your forehead bandages regularly. Stop, get out. We know. We also asked a hunter who's returning to the Hunters Association to take you to Lincoln City. That way we won't have to worry. He points to a backpack placed under the table nearby. Based on the memories and feelings of others have shown, it's the liking of sweets, yeah. The snacks and travel essentials he mentioned are actually a bag that's packed to the brim. Will it be too heavy? Concerned, Althea touches her chin. Not really. It's better to be fully prepared. Don't we do the same for Zayne? Jace says cheerfully. Shubai catches the word, and his eyes light up. The Emmett, Zayne used to travel like this too? Yeah. Sometimes to visit us, sometimes to travel alone. When you go to Lincoln City, you might find this useful. As Althea speaks, she takes out a neatly folded map. Shubai unfolds it to see marked routes. There are detailed notes next to each stop with handwriting that's elegant yet steadfast. First take the bus, then the plane, the light rail, walk 3 kilometers. Shubai murmurs to himself as he traces the route on the map. His eyes scan the printed information, abbreviated place names, scale bars, shapes of regional boundaries, and the direction of every road. With the help of the handwritten notes, understanding the complex map is remarkably easy. He can instantly memorize the entire thing. Confused, Shubai points to the final section that involves traveling on foot. Wouldn't it be closer if you got off on the previous station? Why are you going? Why go a station further and then walk back? Because it's autumn. Althea smiles when she answers. Taking a detour from the next station lets you walk through the grove of blooming osmanthus trees. Golden blossoms with their faint fragrance are colors and scents that only belong to autumn. No one puts these things on the map. This is the kind of beauty that that's only known to those who have walked the path themselves. It's beautiful. Is beauty really important? The osmanthus trees will eventually become bare. Shubai is more confused. Althea pauses for a moment and looks at her husband. Then they both laugh. They both laugh simultaneously. Zayne once said the same exact thing. Jace says, somewhat wistfully. When he was little, the only time he ever came to us with a question about school was when his teacher commented that his narrative essay lacked emotion. We tried to help him figure it out, but he still couldn't understand. Then one day, he accidentally missed his stop, discovered the grove of osmanthus trees, wrote about it in his essay, and earned an A+ for the first time. Huh. How can someone with a meticulous, flawless mind, as the emissary, miss a stop? And what did that have to do with beauty and emotion? Seeing Shubai's confusion, Althea doesn't continue to explain. She just gently strokes his hair and says, "During your trip to Lincoln City, you'll have the perfect opportunity to see it for yourself." Shubai, you're so cute. Might drop some kind of insane lore thing on carrots later. Who knows? They could. Before departing, Shubai changes back into the clothes he arrived in and runs up to Althea. He places a note in her palm with handwriting, like little sketches. "I asked the hunter about the proper format for an IOU. I'll repay you tenfold for all the expenses during my stay." Jace leans in to examine it. "Whoa, this isn't an IOU you should sign willy-nilly. But all the books I read said that one should repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude." Shubai recites earnestly. Yeah, which is kind of interesting, actually. I think it's kind of interesting that Shubai and Zayne are almost similar. Shubai recites, "When others are good to me, I should give them appropriate compensation so we don't owe each other anything. I calculated everything last night. You gave me ointment, snacks, and the angry carrot hoodie. Travel expenses to Lincoln City." Jace quickly interrupts him. "Why are you listing everything?" Althea's eyes crinkle with amusement as she takes out her pen, makes a few changes to the IOU, and hands back to Shubai. "If you must satisfy your sense of fairness, then help us with something. The medical school isn't far from the Grove. Could you please deliver Zayne's gift for us?" Attached to the gift is a note that says following: Mom and Dad's favorite will always be Zayne. If anything were to happen to Jace or Althea, I'm going to murder everyone in this room and then myself in Minecraft. Dear passengers, we're approaching Lincoln University. Those who exit at this stop, please prepare to disembark. As the train announcement resounds, Shubai is jolted awake. Looking out the window, he can see faint golden hues stretching into the distance. Getting off at this station will lead him to the emissary. Going to the stop after will take him to the edge of the grove of osmanthus trees, and he'll need to walk back 3 kilometers through the golden landscape. After autumn is winter, the most fundamental, inescapable truth of the world materializes as a real landscape in Shubai's mind for the first time. By then, the branches will be bare. People will wear thick clothes, and snow will cover everything. But Shubai also knows that after countless cycles of wintry chill and summer heat, autumn harvest, and winter dormancy, eventually a world will exhaust its last bit of vitality for change. Spring will no longer bring forth new green, thunderstorms will no longer roar, and there will be no more mothers growing old nor children growing tall. When the last fallen leaf turns to soil, the emissary will appear. He will bring an end to the world without any hesitation. It'll be as nonchalant as brushing off a speck of dust from his shoulder. He did it for every world Shubai has read about in books. Did the emissary imagine it this way too? That every place he experiences will eventually become one he must destroy? Shubai recalls how, before departing, he asked Althea why the emissary missed his stop. She gently sighed. Her gentle sigh drifted away with the breeze. Oh. Early last autumn we moved. The changing of seasons, even when written in vast, endless stories, would be glossed over in a single glance. They carry no emotion or meaning, yet someone who never made mistakes was momentarily lost in a thought and missed his stop. He walked into a grove of osmanthus trees he was never supposed to enter. What his pen recorded was autumn, and was etched on paper was a farewell. Shiki, hidden in the backpack, let out a soft yelp. Shubai hurries just before the doors closed. Standing on the platform, he looks back one last time towards the direction of the grove of osmanthus trees. This journey ends here. His mission is to find the emissary of Divine, and he must remind him of his duty. To let go of seasons destined for destruction, and to never miss his stop again. Behind him, the train rushes past. Its melodious announcement gradually fades away. We look forward to seeing you again. Talking about him ending worlds and Trujillo past him. Like bound because of fate. Yeah, it's I wonder, I had a passing thought. Oh. My passing thought is, I don't know what made me think of it, but it was, I wonder if his parents know. Like, I know there's been no indication of them knowing what he is. But what if they do? I don't know what just made me think of that, but there was something that was just said that I was like, what if his parents actually know what he is? I don't know why that would be. I think Zayne, like Raphael and Raphael and Sylus, there's so many missing parts still. Like, we don't know how his timeline works at all. Kind of feel like they wouldn't be surprised if they found out. Maybe that's what it is like they're so like it wouldn't be like a that's nice honey, but they like literally wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. I don't know. That was a cute story though. It was really cute. Knows for sure, but I think after the incident with little MC, they noticed something was off. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Ever definitely knows. Okay, so do we? I'm just curious. I kind of took it as they feel he's different. They just haven't acknowledged it. I think his parents don't know because it seems like others don't know about Zayne's true form. Yeah. I was gonna ask. Oh, is doctors worldwide? Do we know if they're associated with anything, or if they're just sort of on their own, or is it like a big question mark that we don't know whether they're associated with anything, or you know, like an underling of some either Xander Sciences or Gaia Biotech or ever. I don't know what the name of this music is. I could probably find it on the OST though. I thought they were just a version of Doctors Without Borders. Okay. Sounds like Doctors Without Borders. Okay. Okay, so not associated with anything, because I was thinking that the reason why Ever would know because you know, like his parents worked somehow under some sort of thing, whatever, you know, sort of thing. I think they're on their own until people like Carter went to recruit them. Gotcha. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think Zany's is still kind of a big question mark. Okay, we'll see how long this takes. And then we'll make a decision if we want to continue. These are taking a lot longer than I expected them to. Well, Borders Without Alarms. All right. Yeah, Zany's stuff is still so like Zayne is a big question mark. Yeah, that's what I was just about to say is I think Zayne, like Sylus and Raphael, there's like this big gap of something we're missing that we can't, and most of them are like right before everything that's happening. They are Doctors Without Borders. They did work with Josephine. Okay. Okay. Innocent individuals that Zayne was reincarnated into their lives. Yeah, because I would like to think that they didn't do anything to Zayne or didn't let Ever do anything with Zayne. I would like to think that Ever found out he was the emissary by some other means, somehow. I don't know how, but it's kind of what I always thought, yeah. But did they work with Josephine while she was with Ever or after? That's a good question, too. Okay. Thank you, Kira. We're not even sure when Ever figured out Zayne was the emissary. I kind of thought it was after Mount Eternal. Here's a question. Here's a thought process. What if this is gonna sound crazy, but I kind of want to feel like I'm cooking on this one. What if waking up, I don't know why I'm kind of nervous. What if waking up the emissary means recombining DB with Zayne? This was brought on because lady said if they found out at Mount Eternal, and say Mount Eternal was the reason that maybe DB because DB was, oh no, DB was not part of Mount Eternal. But I still kind of I still kind of want to feel like I'm cooking on that thought process. That what if in order to wake up Zayne to full emissary, it does require him to have DB recongealed with him. But that was the first step. So, okay, so there was something that had to do with DB at that point. So my theory still stands then. If we don't count him losing control on his evil and hurting MC, but that's not always that's not necessarily associated with DB. I figured that was just him having severe backlash that he wasn't aware of yet. Zayne usually goes to Mount Eternal before DB takes over. Let her cook, y'all. No, I like that theory. Yeah, to me, it makes sense. DB woke up when he hurt MC. I feel like DB was the last part GOA. Can you clarify that, Nori? Because I'm interested, but I think I need you to go just a teeny bit further in your thought process. Has specific role and purpose, but as he is killing you, it's similar to GOA. It also coincides with the story of how Zayne could have saved MC's popsicle on the sidewalk without her remembering. Well, I think she was, yeah, I think with that Veerly, it's theorized that she could have died. Do you mean that world he was talking about was the same one DB is in? Oh. I thought Zayne didn't hurt MC due to a backlash, though. Because he was dealing with something, and he was angry at the time and lashed out. I think that might be one of the things where we're not entirely sure what happened. All we had was the time lock key, I think, with that portion. Because it was before the Chrono Rift catastrophe. It was an earlier cute memory. It was the bond. Are you thinking about the bond where he mentions it? That was in her bond story. Yeah. DB isn't a future apocalypse version of Zayne. He dreams of what the world would turn into if ever. We don't know the details of the incident of when he heard MC. Okay. That's what I thought. That would have been before Zayne hurt her, because after that they moved away. Did they move before or after MC was injured? Is that specified? I think DB is a current parallel universe to the current timeline. Like, is it like decoherence? Is DB and decoherence kind of something that we're reflecting on? I mean, because I can stand behind that. I moved away after she was injured. Okay. Oh. DB is an alternate version where there wasn't an MC. Okay. Where he killed MC. Yeah, yeah, I think there's some headcanon or a theory that he actually killed MC. I think DB has something to do with awakening the emissary. I'm gonna stick with that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go heat up coffee really fast. Okay, did I miss what Nori said? I know that GOA separated his lives to save MC. The only one we didn't hear was DB. Oh, is frozen in my theory, and that's her current DB. Oh, okay. DB is mentioned in Zayne's main storyline, so he will come back at some point. Clarify, you think GOA turned into DB? Ooh, okay. You know what? I could stand behind that theory. That's actually not a terrible theory, honestly. I think that's actually kind of a solid one. Unless I'm missing something. Montoya, your autocorrects kill me. Don't be. I think it's so funny. I love it. It's an interesting theory. I kind of want to look back through the DB anecdote, see. Okay. I would be interested in seeing that. All right. All right, should we, Joey and DB have the same exact brooch with the sun? Oh. I like that theory, Nori. I like that. But then that further if that's the case, that further that okay. Wait, hold on. Nori, hang on. But if you, okay, I can actually get really behind that, because if that's the case, that actually furthers my cooking of DB and current Zayne meshing together to awaken the emissary. I'm just saying. Zayne did that while she... You're getting comfy? Should we show everybody? Hang on, we'll... Alright, everyone say hello to his meow, just do it really fast. Look at that face. Stupid face. He's so cute. I'm putting that theory on the back burner, but it's interesting. I personally need more proof. Yeah. Scooter. So many lives. Yeah, I think like most of the guys. Hello, here, our Majesty. Look at his face. He's so cute. I love him so much. He's starting to get more freckles on his face and in his mouth. It's very cute. Good evening, sir. Sweet baby. Yes, he's a sweet baby. I love him so much. All right. King. Also shows up the first time we hear Astra's voice. That's true. Yeah, he's got the freckles. I'll have to show you guys his freckles one time. They're very cute. All right, let's go ahead and get started into Good Night Frostmir. I'm actually really excited to learn about Grayson. He is 3 or 4. He's still kind of a youngin. He's like, yeah, 3 or 4 years old. He's still kind of a baby. Need to learn more about Grayson. I'm really excited. I have poor baby Grayson. I'm excited to learn about Grayson. I'm excited to... Yay, Grayson! I am really interested to see... Yeah, still a baby. He is a baby. I'm really interested to see how involved Grayson is with this thing. I hadn't even thought about Grayson being involved until now. But now he might be involved. All right. Good Night Frostmir. What music are they playing? No! Why are they playing sad music? Not sad music. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game, though, I think. All right. Here we go. I liked Grayson's. Good morning. The joint rescue mission at the site of the recent geological and meteorological disaster in the Arctic town Frostmir has ended. Wait a second. Didn't we just learn about Frostmir? Oh, for real, get your... Oh, fair. Oh, hang on. Do I need to get... What should I call them this time? Okay, I got my tissue. Okay, I got my tissues. Didn't we just learn about Frostmir? Wasn't it in Caleb's card? Isn't that where we went? Has ended. At this moment, there have been... Was it? I thought so? Is that... Nori might remember. Someone changes the channel. The broadcast stutters for a few seconds before the anchor's voice continues. That heavy number has been skipped. Deaths. 53 people are still missing. The TV is turned off. Yes, to get intel. Okay. Outside, a breeze stirs. Clouds briefly veil the sun, which dims the room. The dark screen reflects a haggard face with stubble. Grayson remains frozen as he turns off the TV. In this silence, he recalls how not long ago he was fretting that his baby face looked too young. Yvonne had teased him earlier. A baby face keeps you looking young, or would you rather have features ravaged by work? When he steps outside, the wind carries the clouds, and sunlight grows bright once more. Having missed the morning rush hour, the subway station is almost empty. Grayson has just taken a seat when a jarring electronic voice blares through the quiet car. A once-in-a-millennia event, folks. The Arctic magnetic field anomaly triggered a glacial canyon collapse and an extremely cold downdrift. The true culprit behind Frostmir's disaster. The sound cuts off abruptly. He glances over at the far end of the bench. A passenger fumbles to turn down his phone speaker volume. Grayson inadvertently catches a glimpse of their screen. There's a news headline in glaring red. It's impossible to ignore. Only when the subway reaches his stop does he realize he's been holding his breath the entire time. Oxo Hospital is as busy as ever. When Grayson gets off the elevator, he spots Yvonne striding briskly down the corridor. They exchange a hurried glance in passing, and a conversation from the elevator resurfaces in his memory. Besides himself and Yvonne, there had been another person. A patient Dr. Zayne had practically dragged in. An Arctic hunter who was always glued to his phone. He was unable to get the 3 sentences without saying, "Let me head back." At some point, the TV in the waiting area was switched to the news channel. Despite the surrounding noise and his best efforts to avoid it, fragments of the broadcast still pierce through the clamor and burrow into his mind. Due to the anomalous magnetic fluctuations in the Arctic and the destabilized ice sheets triggered a chain reaction, The affected area experienced a flash flood at approximately 2 o'clock p.m. that day. It was followed by extreme temperatures plunging to negative 50 degrees Celsius. Grayson, you're back from the Arctic? A colleague from the neighboring division passed by and spots him. A flicker of surprise crosses their face. Before they can continue, a patient's family member cuts in. Excuse me, doctor. Why aren't there any appointments available with Dr. Zayne? When is he coming back to work? Grayson looks away. He hasn't changed into his white coat yet, which spares himself from the barrage of questions. His colleague stays behind, scratching their head awkwardly as they explain. Dr. Zayne is on a big business trip. I'm not sure exactly when he'll return. Grayson crosses the waiting area and retreats to his own office. Grayson has just returned to Lincoln City from the Frostmir rescue mission. His phone, the TV, the internet, news alerts are everywhere. They're relentlessly updating coverage of the Arctic disaster from several days ago. He turns on his computer and takes a deep breath. He recalls how Zayne always remained composed in the face of such incidents. He wants to suppress the weight pressing down on his chest and the fear. He logs into the system and pulls up the files. As a member of the medical support team during the rescue operation, he must now confront the heaviest chapter of this nightmare, writing death reports for the victims and the rescue workers who never made it back. Among the many tourist towns scattered across the Arctic, Frostmir can only be classified as ordinary. Situated at the end of the glacial canyon, the town has a small population. In the eyes of discerning travelers, its scenery is nothing remarkable. It's typically a backup choice for those who fail to secure reservations for the popular resorts in Snowcrest. Its redeeming feature lies 20 kilometers away, a glacial lake nestled in the lower part of the canyon. It's like a cold mirror the gods cast down to reflect the world. Each year, when it's peak tourist season, visitors will flock in like migratory birds, only to scatter just as swiftly once it ends. With the new year approaching, this year's holiday preparations carry an unusual weight. According to monitoring results from the Arctic Hunters Association, the magnetic field in the region has been displaying anomalies. So as a safety precaution, the townspeople will be evacuated. The last group will relocate to a different area after the new year. It sounds like it's around the time of Heartbeats. Or either that or... No. Yeah, around Heartbeats. When, I mean, I guess that would be an anomaly anyways, but... So as a safety precaution, the last group will be really good. Okay. We narrowly escaped the chaos in 2034 and that incident at Mount Eternal a few years back. Inside the town's tavern, the patrons show little sign of anxiety despite the ongoing evacuation. Trust the association, follow the hunters, and everything will be fine. Around that time where all the fluctuations were happening. Yeah. Everyone believes the Hunters Association will handle it like before. The speaker winks at Joran. the only Arctic hunter present. The others give him an unanimous thumbs up. Jiren, I think that's what it is. Jiren waves his hands bashfully. Thank you for your cooperation, everyone. Really, thank you. The conversation soon drifts elsewhere. Jiren raises from his seat, exchanges farewells with a few familiar faces, and leaves the tavern. The biting cold that greets him scatters the warm flush of alcohol from his cheeks. Rummaging through a cardboard box for the New Year's string lights, the tavern owner stands by the entrance. Jiren walks over and claps the man on the shoulder. Busy? This is the last time we'll be spending the new year here. Gotta have the right atmosphere at least. The owner slowly untangles the string lights from the box of miscellaneous items. Drinks are on me today. Jiren blinks before breaking into a grin. You're too kind. And here I thought you were staying behind with the last group just to squeeze out another bit of profit. Business is all about strategy. Besides, you're one of us. You've helped this town over the years, and you only just got back from recovering from that injury. Perhaps realizing that bringing it up is still upsetting, the owner cuts himself short, but his gaze lingers on Jiren's leg. Noticing the look, Jiren shifts his stance. The new prosthetic bone in his leg works well. Its power is even better than before, actually. Shrugging, he takes the string light and helps hang it along the door frame. It comes with being a hunter. Avoiding a few bumps and scrapes is impossible. The magnetic field has been unstable lately, and the weather's been changing. Some tourists come through mentioned they found something in the glacier. The remains of some massive ancient creature. We've already issued a notice. The area is still under investigation. Don't worry, if anything serious comes up, the association will step in. And you'll be the first in line, Jiren? The owner teases before continuing. People are just speculating. They think it might be connected to the recent fluctuations in the Deepspace tunnel. He pauses as if recalling something. Over a decade ago, back in 34, there was something similar. They said they found signs of ancient activity in the glacier. The magnetic field went crazy, and everyone was on high alert for ages. Your association looked like they were bracing for the worst. Then it just ended. Same thing happened with Mount Eternal. The situation seemed critical, but in the end, nothing came out of it. Oh. Huh. Oh. Gone. Sorry, that was my fault, guys. Daddy! Oh, Uncle Jiren is here too. A child wearing a red coat bounces over like a rubber ball until she lands right in front of the two men. Jiren ruffles the girl's hair. We haven't seen each other in ages, huh? I've been downgraded. The child's eyes dart mischievously as she launches a preemptive strike. Uncle Jiren still owes me a trip to see the snow velvet, But when we got close to the cliff, you said you couldn't go any further. Uncle Jaren is a scaredy cat. The tavern owner gently brushes the snowflakes off the child's coat. Uncle Jaren was looking out for you. That doesn't make him a scaredy cat. Besides, snow velvet is rare. There's only a little growing in the north cliff of Mount Eternal. And it's dangerous. Did something just happen there recently? You tried to sweet talk Uncle Jaren for that? We didn't even go. He just looked from a distance and laughed. Jaren fishes a hair clip from his pocket and waves it in front of the child. His smile softens. I didn't forget about you while I was away. How's this for a peace offering? You know, Snow Velvet looks exactly like this little pom-pom. The child accepts the gift with delight. Quietly relieved, she didn't ask how he's seen real Snow Velvet. Jaren pats her head. He can hardly tell her that in Lincoln City, a stone-faced doctor once tried to save a pod of them and seemingly failed. Children don't usually care about stories without happy endings. Nearby, the little girl chatters with her father about something. Jaren gazes into the distance. Although most of the town has relocated, the remaining residents still fill the air with noise. At first, he dismisses it as typical hustle and bustle. Then the clamor grows heavier, thicker, like it's drowning out even the din from inside the tavern. It can't be the people. His prosthetic sensors relay a delayed tremor. He tears off his gloves, presses his palm to the ground, and then snaps his head up. A deep rumble is already rolling toward them. His hunter's watch shrieks. He lost both his legs the last time he heard an alarm like this. Warning. A breach in the glacier lake has been detected 20 kilometers away. Floodwaters are arriving in 15 minutes. Magnetic fluctuations had delayed the disaster by 20 minutes. Now the guillotine finally falls. Do we know what the snow pom-pom story is, or the snow velvet story is? I don't know if I remember it or not. Like a dream shattering without warning, panic seeps through the air. Amidst the overlapping screaming and blaring alarms, the girl barely grasps what happened before she swept into her father's arms. That was in the last Grayson story. Okay. His hands tremble, but Uncle Jaren's voice remains steady. Floodwaters are coming. Get to high ground. Don't drive and stay out of the basements. It's the flower Zayne was trying to grow in his office. Jaren was also his patient. That one. Okay. Her father carries her, and they're swept along by the tide of bodies. She cranes her neck and strains to look at where Uncle Jaren stood. That familiar figure is moving against the crowd. The Arctic wind, laced with stinging snow, carries his frantic shouts. Everyone stay calm. Head to the mining tower, the bell tower. The first wave of people to receive the warnings split into two streams. One surges towards the old mining tower beside the edge of the canyon. The other flows towards the bell tower at the heart of the town. It's seconds only to the mining tower in height. Oh, it's second only to the mining tower in height. In 2 days, that tower was supposed to ring this town's final blessing before the relocation at the stroke of midnight. She tears her gaze away and realizes she's still clutching the pom-pom hair clip Uncle Jaren gave her. The one that suddenly supposedly looks exactly like snow velvet. As one of the Arctic's rarest flowers, legends about them have always drifted across the tundra. One of them speaks of the simplest blessing: life and good fortune. "Don't worry, Daddy," she says as she clumsily pats her father's pale cheek. "The snow velvet would bless us." At 7:34 p.m., Grayson fastens his seatbelt inside the helicopter. The deafening roar of the rotors become the opening note of this operation. The cabin is silent. Rescue missions always feel like fractures torn into the ordinary life. But Grayson is accustomed to this rhythm. By the time his afternoon surgery ended, night had already fallen. He barely managed to get in a few bites of his cold boxed meal before the call came. The rumors swirling about wanderer mutations and a grand eradication of life had yet to produce any real consequences. But sorry. Okay. But even with Oxo Hospital, Grayson sensed the subtle shift. More patients, never enough hands. The Hunters Association was running past its capacity. After Dr. Zayne left, the burden he once shouldered alone now rests on everyone's shoulders. Only then did people belatedly realize just how much Dr. Zayne had been carrying. It's more than any of them ever imagined. Well, it's even more than that because you guys don't know what he's dealing with as the emissary either. Mount Eternal, stop. It's kind of an interesting thought that at all these points in time, Zayne was probably at these, like when they mentioned Mount Eternal and when they mentioned that other thing and stuff like that, where these bad things could have happened, but they didn't. It's really interesting to think that Dr. Zayne was at those places basically stopping them, but it necessarily wasn't Dr. Zayne, it was DB this whole time, which I think is actually kind of interesting. The idea of Dawnbreaker coming through in these like more important times it's very interesting. I don't know if that made sense, but dark red tactical lights flicker inside the cabin. Static crackles through the headset as the comms channel opens. "All units, please listen to me. I'm your team leader, and I'll be giving you your mission briefing." A tablet, its brightness maxed out, is passed from hand to hand. The satellite imagery on screen shows their destination. Our destination is Frostmir. At approximately 2 p.m., a breach in the glacier lake triggered a flash flood. Over 300 people are affected. The first Arctic Hunter rescue team arrived on site around 3:30 p.m., but all contact was lost due to the magnetic field anomalies and signal interference. Lincoln City has received a request from the Arctic Emergency Command Center to dispatch medical support. All contact lost. The Arctic is forgiving. Everyone knows exactly what those words imply. Giving off how GOA help Niava and make sure destruction doesn't befall it. Yeah. I'm gonna hold on to this DB stuff because I think it's very interesting. But oh, the briefing is certainly brief. Everyone, close your eyes, rest, conserve your energy. If Dr. Zayne was leading this mission, he'd probably say a few more words to calm everyone. The thought surfaces unbidden in Grayson's mind. Some time ago, Zayne had submitted his resignation to the Zayne had submitted his resignation to the hospital director. His explanation had been vague and only mentioned that he was going away for a while. But Grayson had a nagging sense that it's somehow a continuation of something else. Before joining Oxo Hospital, Zayne served with an special rescue unit during the Mount Eternal incident when the magnetic field there underwent a dangerous change. The situation was significant enough that even Grayson heard about it. After Zayne returned from Mount Eternal, he practically wrestled an Arctic hunter into becoming a patient. Grayson still remembers seeing the snow velvet that had been rescued alongside him. It sat on Zayne's desk. That flower didn't survive. It was a shame. The pang of wistfulness is quickly swallowed by the rising tide of exhaustion. He can't afford to keep thinking. The team leader is right. Once they arrive, every second will count. This is humanity pitted against a natural disaster. And until then, every ounce of energy must be conserved. After what feels like an eternity, the team leader's voice crackles through the comms channel once more. You'll be arriving in 30 minutes. The last intel from the command center confirms that the target zone was hit by a secondary disaster at around 5 p.m., a cold downdraft. Temperatures had plunged below negative 42 degrees Celsius. Everyone follow proper protection protocols. Don't let hypothermia get to you. The team leader doesn't say it outright, but Grayson knows. Everyone has already braced for the worst. Jiren brings up the rear of the panicked crowd and pulls back a few people still desperate to retrieve their belongings. He hoists an elderly man with bad legs onto his back and races towards the bell tower. His prosthetic bones dampen the muscle strain and stress fractures that would normally come from intense exertion. It's just enough to make the most of this narrow window before disaster strikes. The rumbling grows louder. From deep within the canyon, the wind shrieks like something is alive. The magnetic field interferences intensify. His hunter watch keeps displaying the word connecting. It's frozen on the last alert from the nearest hunter outpost. The air is thick with dirt and snow. Breathing burns his lungs. Jiren pushes against the gale and guides the last person in sight through the bell tower door. Pain stabs his heart as he gasps. He almost retches. On the steps, his legs buckle, and he almost falls forward. Someone hesitantly studies him. A voice close yet distant, reaches his ear. Jaren, are you okay? He raises his head and forces himself to smile, the same carefree grin as always, but his voice has gone hoarse. I'm fine. The bell tower is packed. What was once the heart of the city, Blessings, is now crammed with terror. Jaren sits on the steps, a dull ache radiating from where his prosthetic bones meets flesh. He's a hunter. He should always be first in line. But now, he remembers that he too is only human. Jaren, are we supposed to wait here? Will someone come? A trembling voice reaches him. Oh no. He gulps, clears his throat. The nearest hunter outpost is only 70 kilometers away. They'll be here soon, don't worry. Jaren has seen his share of injuries. His leg was replaced with prosthetic bones. A cryosina is implanted in his heart. The association had initially decided against adding him to the emergency operations standby roster. Yet here he is, exactly where he's needed the most. The floodwaters are coming. Everyone spread out. Don't crowd together. Find the iron pillars. Anchor yourselves. Under Jaren's directions, people latched themselves to the bell tower. Bell tower's railings. They grab one another's hands or lock arms to stay steady. They find anchor points to brace themselves against the coming impact. Jaren remains at the outermost edge of the crowd where the ground is at its lowest. The earth begins to tremble. Somewhere in the crowd, a child's wail rises, which is amplified many times over by the bell tower's acoustics. Jaren thinks of the tavern owner and his daughter, who had parted ways with him earlier. He wonders if they made it. Everyone breathe in and hold. His roar dissolves into the deafening impact of wind and metal, like a lighthouse's final warning. Before the tsunami strikes. The floodwaters slam into the bell tower. Thankfully, every structure is built to endure trial after trial in the Arctic. Water sprays upward and freezes into shards of ice. They strike the bronze bell with a sharp, almost crystalline crack before bursting into a veil of frost that swallows everything. The flood passes, and before the silence can settle, hope arrives. The rescue team. The hunters are here to save us. Jaren exhales. At last, he let his body relax. He slumps against the wall, and as he finds his breath again, sunlight breaks through the clouds and refracts off the ice and snow. There's a rainbow. It's like the day he was discharged from Oxo after being partially kidnapped to Lincoln City by the stone-faced doctor. Everyone stay calm. The situation is still unstable. Maintain order and let the elderly and children evacuate first. His voice is ragged and he paused. I'll stay until everyone's gone. Good. The worst is past, right? Right? Many days have passed since then. The death toll across Frostmir and the surrounding area is staggering. Night has fallen with Grayson when Grayson opens the final document. Post-mortem examination and death certificate. It bears the hunter's unique biosignature and name. Jaren. The last time Grayson had seen that name was during the cryozina implant surgery. Dr. Zayne had been the lead surgeon. Grayson himself was the surgical assistant. It was unexpected, yet it also wasn't. When the rescue team handed over these files, one of them was already sobbing uncontrollably. A calmer teammate removed his protective helmet and spoke in a low voice. The last hunter in the bell tower had grasped the dangling ladder when a sudden downdrift tore the ropes. The helicopter lurched like a scrap of paper caught in the gale. They fought desperately to reel in the ladder, but in the end, they couldn't grab the hand that had already let go. His energy was spent. Grayson fills in each blank field one by one. He's methodical and precise. The condition upon discovery, description of clothing, external examination, injury documentation, inferred cause of death, the determination cause of death. Unlike the others, Jaren's previously implanted Type A cryozina continued to function even in the extreme cold. It provided support to his heart and drove it to pump at a high frequency. This kept the thermoregulatory center active when it should have shut down from hypothermia. Yet it simultaneously accelerated his body's heat loss to twice the normal rate. This was fate at its cruelest. While others succumbed to the cold and drifted into a warm delusion of hypothermic dreams, the cryozina continued operation, tore him away from that mercy. He was forced to face brutal punishment of the freezing temperatures in absolute, agonizing clarity. Grayson takes a deep breath, reviews everything with calm professionalism, and affixes his electronic signature. Yeah. Work is finished. After hesitating for a long time, he sends Zayne a message about the rescue mission. He types the last word, sets down his phone, and doesn't expect an immediate reply. But in the chat, typing appears. That word somehow put him at ease. After a long wait, it disappears. Zayne calls him. Dr. Zayne, how have you been? Everyone in the division keeps worrying about you, even if they don't say it out loud. Grayson speaks once the call connects. His voice carries a slight rasp. Or perhaps he's afraid his emotion might break through. The voice on the other end speaks. You're still struggling. There's a There's a bench in the south corner of the garden outside the inpatient building. It's in one of the security cameras, blind spots. You can cry for a bit there. Grayson pauses, caught off guard. You cried in that spot, Dr. Zayne? No, that's where I go to watch the sunrise when a surgery doesn't end well. Yes, the sun always rises the next day. But some will never see it again. The longer you practice medicine, the more you understand that death's cruelest edges lie in these small, specific losses. You can let yourself cry tonight, or wait until dawn and watch the sunrise for them. Make sure to actually watch it. Something in Grayson finally gives way. He weeps openly and doesn't hold himself back. By the time the call ends, he realizes he forgot to ask when Zayne would return to Oxo Hospital. On second thought, maybe it doesn't matter. Whether Zayne comes back or not, he still has to keep walking one step at a time. It's past midnight, yet the hospital building remains ablaze with light. Grayson shuts his office door and looks up at the TV in the waiting room, where the news cycles through updates from the disaster site. There's a miracle of life. A survivor with vital signs was discovered in the ruins of Frostmir. A girl approximately 7 years old was found wrapped in a thick clothing by several deceased adults. They used their own bodies to shield her from the bitter cold and spared her from the initial onset of hypothermia. It allowed her to slip into a deep coma. At the time of discovery, she was in what medical professionals call a state of suspended animation. The footage cuts to the scene. Grayson exhales softly before he left the Arctic. The girl had already been stabilized. When they first detected her vital signs, she was still unconscious and cocooned in the victim's embrace. She clutched a pom-pom clip like it was a talisman. The new year is almost here. Time pushes people forward, and the weight in their hearts slowly settles. A string of messages lights up his phone. They were sent by his crush, who's on a mission. Good evening. How was your day? Remember to eat properly. Your health comes first. Just wrapped up with today's mission. A strength wanderer. A few teammates got hurt, but thanks to you guys, everything's stable now. I'm gonna get some rest. Tomorrow night's my shift. P.S. You don't have to reply if you're busy. Just get back to me when you can. Grayson reads each word carefully and imagines the voice behind them. Before long, his screen lights up again. Rest well, I'm here. His footsteps ease, as the city still slumbers. For those who return late, the day hasn't ended yet. There's still time to say good night. He glances at the corner of his screen. 3:37 a.m. In about 3 hours, the sun will rise, and morning will come. He will watch, truly watch, the sunrise after a long night. Wow, Enfold. That was brutal. Oh, man. I did ask y'all if you wanted to start with the depressants. We gotta get them out of the way. First of all, I'd like to commend the writing for this because it made me cry twice. That was... Welcome to Love and Grief Space. That was brutal. Yeah, the writing is absolutely, the writing in this game is so just incredible. It will tear my heart out, why don't you? That was poor Grayson. That was, man. Don't dare them, Ada. They will do it. Myth tier. Yeah, that was close to myth tier sadness. The atmosphere they managed to prove is so good in the worst way, honestly. Yeah, Grayson is I think Grayson is on the level of Jeremiah and PC. So yeah, but I'll hold my husband at this wine. Translation team some credit. I find they don't get enough credit for when they pull off writing like this. No, I think you're right, Montoya. I mean, they've got their faults, for sure. I mean, I have my fair share of complaints about the localization in this game, but they, where it counts mostly, they do a wonderful job, honestly. Zayne knew that Grayson needed that call. I know. And that's what kind of broke my heart, was that if Zayne respects anybody, it's definitely Grayson. Getting the emotion across is often the hardest part of translation. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And that's why they do deserve to. Glad I remember. Yeah, I needed them. I needed them. My love and deep tissues. These were incredible. It says exactly what Grayson needs to hear too, and it validates him. I know, and that's. My heart just broke. It broke for Grayson, and it just, man, That was the worst one, so we got through it. Okay, cool, cool. Well, at least we got that, got that out of the way then. All right. So it's 5 o'clock. How long? Let's see. We got through 4 in 5 hours. I'm gonna make a poll, and you guys will not hurt my feelings if you say no. I just want to get a gauge. On how people are feeling. Again, you will not hurt my feelings if you choose no. I just want to gauge at how people are feeling. No. 100% no. Okay. Yeah, yes? Wow. Oh, you mean like 3, 2, 1? I'm good for a couple more hours. If we were to continue and do one more set, I'm not gonna do a poll for this, but just blurt out which person you would want to see. I don't know. I'm gonna leave that up to you guys. I guess what the next. Yes, yes, yes. Whop, chop, chop, chop. Get out of here with your 6, 7. Can I delete this? No. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Xavier 1. Raphael. Xavier, first one. Feel the same way you do. I did not. I did not. Calling Lady's advice. If she says MC is the shortest, we can pick the boys. Oh, or we could just read through the 6th one. It's short. Okay. 30 is short and isn't related to anyone really. Oh, you mean it's not related to the 6th love interest? Who could have saw that coming? Okay. I don't know who, I didn't know what it was related to, so I just said MC. It might be a good one to end on. Okay, we can do number 30 since it's not related to anybody. Montoya, get out of here. It's dangerous. His well, there with the slander. Let's do it and speculate after. My speculation is that there is no 6th love interest. Make the 6th love interest Isaiah and let him go lead on a haterade campaign against the other lovers. Hey, Wood, we're not going into 6th love interest today. Lady is stopping that conversation. There's interesting little bits. Okay, no, we can absolutely go through that then. All right. I'm okay with Isaiah. No. The sixth love interest is just called the Backtrackers. It's just all of the Backtrackers. It's just the Backtrackers. I'm dying, guys. I don't die, Ada. I need you still. Did anyone think Grayson's crush wrote a little similar to her? Actually, kinda. I can get behind Tara and Grayson. I'm a Tara Jeremiah fan, but I can get behind Tara and Grayson. We've done 2 Syluses and 2 of Zayne's, right? So we've got Caleb Raphael and the last one. We've got we've got Caleb as well. Six love interests, random side character. Yeah, it is. Mira. You're not thinking too small. Remember Oron? Clearly the next love interest is the twins. No, not my sons. Gotta fill out the roster. Maybe, you know what? Shut up, get out of here, Marashi, but also I hate that you're correct. Wait a second. It's blasphemy. No. But we were talking about twins earlier, and listen, I am a 6 love interest non-believer, but also One's voice in Zayne's wedding card. Oh, was she there? Mother of. Not Hikaru and Kaoru. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do the last one. We also have next week too, you guys. Don't worry. Next week we also have. We're also doing World Underneath. We're doing 2 parts to World Underneath. So whatever we don't hit today, we will hit next week. Trist should be K-pop idol boy. I'm a 6 love interest non-believer. So I can't engage in those conversations. Am I Luke or am I Kieran? Get out of here. You guys feel free to ignore Imarashi. They did do that, to be fair. They do. Head first into Rafi? We can, yeah. We can start from Rafi if we want. All right. Do not engage Mira about the 6 love interest. I'm putting Andrew's name in a hat. He's an easy one. Rep is honey, Tamaki, clearly. Sorry, mother. All right, Effie, goodbye. I was not safe. You were okay. You caused trouble. Bye. 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 I'll message you when I'm done with stream. Everyone say goodbye to Imrashi. All right. Well, Kiyoya is obviously Sylus. Obviously. Running back in. Alright, if we're ready for this last one, number 30, put some left or unread. Put some planets in the chat. That looks like a planet to me. That looks like a exploding planet. Mori is Zayne. Bring back Havoc next week. Don't encourage him, Kira. Planets and books. Planets. Look at those planets. Okay, and you said the Grayson one is the worst, so I shouldn't cry on this one, correct? I shouldn't cry. The shouldn't is the key word there. For the lore. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Oh, the books for the lore. Got it. I'm gonna put some sixes. Do it, Montoya. See what happens. This one isn't sad. It's lore heavy. Okay. This is a brain-breaking one. Okay, then I'm not gonna try too hard first read. I'm gonna just read it then. And note when I pinpoint some things in the lore. Alright. Let's get started. What music are they what music did they put? Oh, okay. No, this one I can get behind this music. No, it's lore. Okay. Civ Research Division. Okay. Yes, this one is to ruminate on. Okay. Get your sugar ready for brain. Yes. Okay. It's a good thing I took tomorrow off work, so I'll have plenty of time to ruminate while I'm editing this video. Jokes on info. I have room temperature. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm gonna turn up the volume just a little bit because it seems like it's super quiet for this one. Okay. Mystery solving music. That's exactly what this is. Okay, I will. All right. Since its foundation in 1960, the Deepspace Academy has compiled and organized observational records concerning Earth's civilizations. Giant insects of the Paleozoic era, towering trees of the Carboniferous period. Wow, they're just throwing all the words at me, aren't they? Massive marine creatures of the Permian period. They once ruled the Earth, only to vanish into the depths of geological time. Each mass extinction is Earth's way of renewing itself. Old species disappear, new ones emerge, and life continues. What if humanity is part of one such renewal? What if our civilization is a fleeting chapter in Earth's long history? Oh, wow. Okay. This file is restrictive to important members in the Deepspace Academy. Unauthorized disclosure will be punished in accordance with Academy Disciplinary Code, Article 7. Case file number 000001. Archivist Cronus. Deepspace Academy Physics Division. Data. Observation number 1. SC214. Extraterrestrial civilization. Since the Academy's discovery of the complex device designated 4201 in the northern mountainous region, decades of covert operation documented multiple individuals whose appearance have remained unchanged for decades. These entities appear and disappear, which defies physics. They also exhibit instantaneous displacement. They bear a striking resemblance to the backtrackers' appearance observed years ago. Okay. Update. Recent subject number redacted was seen using this ability while helping a friend deliver flowers. Oh. Oh. Wait a second. This ability while helping a friend deliver, presumably to avoid late deliveries. It confirms that this is unrelated to the no hunt zone number 42's effects and is unique to this group. Oh, can all backtrackers? Can all backtrackers teleport? Is that a thing that, because they make it seem like it's multiple people, or is it just Xavier? 42 effects is unique to this group. It suggests they might be humans from the future who have evolved. Observation number 2, OCG 003407, Oceanic Civilization. Okay, so this one is, I think it's just Xavier, but I think anyone with a light evol can. Okay. Organisms of this category possess a humanoid upper body and a tail structure adapted for aquatic environments. It's consistent with what humans refer to as merfolk. Okay, so we know that these are the Lemurians. Oh, Isaiah and... Okay, yeah, okay. Aside from normal vision, hearing, smell, and taste, their sensory system relies on clusters of synapses distribution across their skin. Oh, scales. Okay, that's actually... that are imperceptible with the naked eye. That's actually kind of interesting. Thanks to sensory capabilities exceeding those of humans, these individuals demonstrate exceptional artistic intuition. Their works possess a staggering emotional depth and unmatched expression. They surpass the technical range of even the most accomplished human artist. Observation number 3. FB001. Hang on, I have to go back for a second. OCG003. SC2. Okay, I was wondering if the numbers and stuff meant anything. FB001, higher plane of existence. Eyewitness reports indicate that unidentified mirages have appeared at multiple locations worldwide, including Lincoln City and the Arctic. These phenomena consistently manifest as white, geometric, semi-transparent structures that remain briefly visible. No additional data is available at this time. Update. Recently, some witnesses near the Arctic have reported multiple sightings of a figure moving between unidentified structures and the snow-capped mountains. Notably, temperatures in the nearby vicinity are significantly lower than that of the surrounding area. As of this recording, the timing and mechanism of these unpredictable appearances and disappearances remain unexpected. No photographic evidence is available. Okay, and we're sure that's Zayne, right? Appendix. Perhaps millions of life forms have already existed in this world long before humanity emerged. If the rumors about the end of the world are true and humanity now stands at its twilight, are these diverse civilizations appearing to save us or replace us? Yeah, the Fractal Library. Okay. Case file number 00017. Archivist Velasha, Deepspace Academy, Anomalous Research Division. Data field number 1. A facility under Ever once attempted to archive a primitive form of life, digitization by extracting the consciousness of fruit flies. The project, codenamed Open Swarm, was forcibly terminated after the experiments triggered uncontrollable mechanical interference. It narrowly averted a large-scale crisis. Okay. Data file number 2. Earlier this month, a biological research team from Lincoln University saw the silhouette of a massive unidentified creature emerging from the woods behind an estate in Lincoln's southern suburbs during a nocturnal sampling expedition. Witnesses report that the creature moved through the forest at a high speed without making any sound. Huh. Huh. Data file number 3. Yesterday at 22:21, a drone was performing cleaning duties on a tech company's building downtown. Its infrared sensor detects an extremely high heat signature behind the window of the office located at the top floor. The recording was forcibly intercepted and wiped by security systems before it could be uploaded to the cloud. When was there other mentions of random giant creatures? I mean, aside from Grayson's just now had the mention of a giant creature in it. See, so the other giant creature that I think about, oh no, because in the ice from Zayne's story, yeah. In No Hunt Zone, at the very beginning, it's been a long time since I've done the very beginning. When Xavier was, oh no, he got the protocord. That one was destroyed. Never mind. I answered my own question. I just think it's interesting that they're not talking about them like wanderers. No, they almost remind me of like, maybe not gods, but like, yeah. Oh, the mention of the old gods. Yeah, but I don't feel, what they almost feel like is like titans. That's kind of what that's what I kind of classify them in my head. Aeon worm, yeah. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. But Xavier destroyed that one in the No Hunt Zone. Oh, no. Oh, okay. No, I get what you're talking about. Never mind. I take it back one. Yeah, kind of like a precursor. Yeah. It's hard to say, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Titans, you say, yeah, they feel like titans to me. How strange. What did I see last night? It's weird. I sneezed and then I couldn't remember. Oh, hello? I also wonder if it didn't make a sound because it wasn't quite on this plane of it. Oh, that's kind of an interesting. Maybe. Here is a thought process where the old gods and okay, no, you're right. Okay, that's fair. Here is kind of it's not grounded in any specific thing, but what if each of the civilizations had a corresponding god to it. Titan, god Titan. So like the way I think of it is like the one I don't know why specifically the one in the suburb reminds me of the Lemurian skeleton from Raymond, but like I kind of like my brain went to that was the Lemurian god there, or the Lemurian Titan. And then the one in the ice is like the four-seer Titan of somehow. I don't know why. I don't know what it would look like, but like each one is like a correspondence to, you know, each of the guys. Also, the fact that she forgot intergalactic wanderers were, yeah. Case file number 00053. Archivist Amena. Deepspace Academy Biology Division. Evers Gaia Research Center is the earliest known cross-civilization research institute. Good disease could do that to you. I mean, I do think there is some Eldritch God stuff going on with the universe. Yeah. Its core data requires clearance of the highest level within Ever. The Deep Space Academy maintained a friendly collaboration with the Institute during the early days of signal decryption. But Gaia has always concealed an unobserved black box within its operations. Notably, the timing of Gaia's establishment, or rather, Ever's rise to prominence, coincides closely with the mysterious family's investment in Ever. Our current hypothesis is that Gaia didn't originate from within Ever. It's possibly a preemptive arrangement by its backers, a semi-independent experimental institution operating outside of Ever's system. Huh. While tracing the source of the mysterious investment, a new company called Aeon Core Tech, which dabbles in protocore energy, appeared. Its chief director, their background untraceable, remains shrouded in mystery. Fuck. And appears to maintain a form of close collaboration with Ever. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Related blank. Stop, it's not. System note, archive corrupted, waiting for repairs. Oh. Appendix. Conducted an in-depth investigation into the behind-the-scenes collaboration between the company and Ever, but found no written or electronic records whatsoever. No, there are no records at all. Okay. Hang on, I have to go back. Did they... Aeon Core. Is this the first time we're hearing about Aeon Core? Have we never heard of Aeon Core before? They introduced the far space kernel before Heaven's Ward. Before Homecoming Queens dropped. We already agreed we wouldn't discuss. Yeah, okay. I don't remember hearing about it, but it could have been mentioned before. Ever is in so many pockets. Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that they're mentioning Heaven's Ward. They I see HW and that's the only thing my brain went to. Yes, as far as I know, this is the first time. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna hold on to this company because what's really interesting to me is that they say it's a new company. But I have to go back and see who's part of Ever also, because I feel like if Aeon Core is a new company, but also Ever was a new company, but also Gaia was not a new company, but they are a new company. Like they all started, did they all, from what I'm understanding is they all started at the same time basically. Which, but it's so, I don't, okay, I'm gonna have to hold on to this because this is, case file number unknown 0000. Archivist Kronos, Deepspace Academy, Physics. This is the first time we're hearing about the mysterious family backing Ever as well, ultimately triggering Ever's rise. Okay. What's fascinating is that they have deleted protocol research. Ever existed, but was not prominent until the investment. Okay. With them messing with protocols, it kind of makes me think of how Sylus does pause. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to that thought process too, lady. But Gaia was under the N109 zone. But before it was Sylus's N109. Okay. I'm gonna hold on to this because this is really interesting. Signal acquisition log, source coordinates. At a depth of 57 tunnel units, tunnel wall at 36 degrees. Reception time, July 4th, 2034. Carrier medium. Neutrino beam. When did the Chrono Rift happen? Do we have an exact date on the Chrono Rift catastrophe? Speculative hypothesis. Through collaborative decryption efforts by all 7 divisions of the Deepspace Academy, the following message has been decoded into readable text based on joint analysis. Based on joint analysis, this is highly likely to be a prophecy sent to Earth via civilization currently undergoing annihilation, or perhaps it's already been annihilated. 2034 or 28 in July of 2034. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. So okay. This is really cool. This is really interesting. Okay. Decoded signal. The universe's ultimate state is absolute disorder. What we perceive as order is merely a correction mechanism, a will resisting the universe entropy. To sustain civilization, the evolution of complex systems inevitably triggers periodic resets to offset information redundancy. Why? Why? You know, you know what that sounds like? That sounds awfully like, and I'm not a huge fan of this theory, but it's only because I think I've seen it so many times and it feels so redundant to me. But that sounds awfully like a server needing to be reset. It sounds like a server has needed to be reset. It also redistributes resources. All vessels of life and intelligence must, after progressive natural selection, return to a singularity. Oblivious is the final conclusion of the law of conservation of energy. Oh, sorry, there's one more. The observed civilization's complexity is approaching the correction threshold. The twilight of humanity may soon be upon them. When we awaken, we hope to still share the boundless deep space with them. When we awaken? Have you tried turning it on and off again? I'm gonna have to reread this one a few times because this is really... I almost feel like I need to go back through DNR. So there's a few things that kind of make me want... There's a few points in time in this game that kind of make me want to like compare notes with this. And that is in DNR, when you first arrive in Gaia and you're talking to Dimitri. At the end of To Our Yesterday, when it's going through all 5 of the guys. And I feel like there is there's another thing too. But those 2 points at least are ones that I kind of want to oh, maybe at the end of Homecoming Wings also. Because I feel like those are some points that we can kind of like hold up against this. I think the fact that we are being introduced to a new company now too is very interesting. I think there's some stuff here that we can put together. Yeah. The chief director is untraceable. So I don't I feel, and this might be just kind of my brain working the way it does, but I feel like the chief director is someone we've already met. I don't know why I have that idea, and I don't know why I don't know if it's because I just feel like it's been done so much that it's sort of the obvious. But it seems like the story is going to reset. I mean, I think they did that with MLQC as well. Mysterious family. I don't know. I don't know why. I just have this like, I just have this weird feeling that it's like someone we already know. Do we know specifically what the lady is in charge of? She's in charge of Gaia Biotech. Are you Kalaya? Is that who you're? The chief director could be Stanley. Isn't Stanley the sick guy, or am I wrong? Or Stanley, have we met? Yeah, Stanley is the sick guy, isn't he? I mean, there's no saying that it couldn't be him, but because we all know the villains were linked to Ever, but not specifically what they were in charge in. Stanley is Ever's CEO. Stanley is the sickly guy. Okay. She was, yeah, with Gaia. The way they wrote it feels like someone we might know, like hinting without being up. Yeah, and that's sort of kind of where I'm sitting at, Ada, is like it's like they're leaving it as like unpredictable, quote unquote, but I feel like because of that, it's leading to it being someone we already know. Stanley is a sick guy, holds a lot of authority, but it could be that Stanley just has a lot of power because he's like directly under this chief director. Unless this chief director really isn't in charge of anything and he's more just like a backer. Like he's not like actually in charge of anything. He's like told Stanley, you can be in charge of it all. But as long as you get to the end product, I will continue to back that. Sutherland is likely the chief director. I know it's controversial to say this. We only know his family name, so mysterious family could be the Sutherlands. I mean, I have a hard time that Sutherland. Personally, for me, like I know people will stand behind Sutherland, and I'm totally okay with that being wrong for me. But I don't think that Sutherland is gonna show up much outside of like the Sele meetings. He does have put in place by daddy energy. Yeah, but a 6 CEO guy would be prime target to be overthrown. No, he would be prime target to be overthrown, but he could also be prime placeholder of no one will second guess a sick guy kind of thing, or he's gonna be dead soon sort of thing, if that makes sense. No one has interacted with Stanley since he only showed up as a hologram. You mean To Our Yesterday? Was that when we To Our Yesterday? True, like a placeholder? Yeah. It's likely not from Earth either, though. I feel like we don't know enough. They haven't given us enough about Stanley that I can't make an educated guess on how I feel about him. I'm going to be 100% with you guys on that. I know he's been introduced, but I don't have a point on him right now on how I feel about where he could be, other than he's got either he's placed there by someone specifically, or he's, you know, either being overthrown or as a placeholder. This model is too. Stanley in Homecoming Wings and DOA is never physically there. Okay, yeah, okay. I will keep that in mind because I do think that's important information, Nori. That he never appears. So are you suggesting then, Nori? Hold on. So I just came around to a thought. Are you suggesting that maybe Stanley is just a hologram and he's being controlled by... Oh, huh. That he's being controlled and... Not controlled, but like projected in a different body? I think I can get behind that thought process also. Like his consciousness was uploaded. That too. I can get behind that as well. Because we know Ever was trying to do that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they just said in here that they were trying to upload thought process. This one, the open form. Is Stanley equals Palpatine? I'm wondering if the warped voice in TOE that was asking about Benedict and Stanley is from Aeon Core. Stanley is Orochimaru. I think I can. Yeah, that's a good theory, Nori, actually. I think that would be really interesting thought that they have people that are still bringing people to do protocors. I don't know if that made sense. It's an honest assessment. They were uploading people's consciousness too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is really interesting. Also, I think it's also worth noting I don't know where I was going with this, but I think it's worth noting. It's really interesting that the Deepspace Academy is doing the research against this. I don't know what that means, but I do think it's very interesting. Definitely antagonist, not the protagonist. Yeah. No, Stanley is definitely... I don't know where Stanley sits right now. That's my thing, is like I don't know where Stanley sits. He was projected in Homecoming Wings. Oh yeah. Don't think we will be seeing the main protagonist for quite some time. Or antagonist. I said the antagonist. Yeah, no, I don't think we're seeing the BBEG yet. But I do think we're seeing the next level of the bad guys. I think the next level is going to be the Aeon Core for sure. I get the feeling he's kind of being used as a puppet from Upper Baddie. Yeah, I feel that's where I'm sitting with Stanley right now, I think. is that he feels like a placeholder of some sort. I think the DAA doing this research is sus, especially considering Caleb survived the deep space. Ah, yeah, okay. The bad guys are coming out more and more. They are. Yeah, the DAA were doing some odd things too. Wasn't it mentioned specifically? I don't know where I remember it. Maybe someone can correct me on this, but wasn't it mentioned that Caleb was specifically placed into the DAA by Lucius? I don't remember if I dreamt that or made that up in my head, or if that's like an actual thing in my head, or if that's like an actual thing that was mentioned. After the kaboom, I guess we'll find out. Yeah. I was waiting to see if anybody would answer my... I feel like there was some hint to that, considering Caleb failed his psych test multiple times. I wouldn't be surprised if Lucius used his influence to get him where he wanted him. His anecdote was he was handpicked for the DAA. Okay. We gotta watch. Okay, no worries. We'll probably be closing up here shortly anyways. Okay, so he was handpicked by the DAA. Why do I feel like there was like an actual mention of him being placed in the DAA, but I don't remember. There's like a side conversation or something that I don't remember. I must have made it up in my head. This is just very interesting. I'm really excited to learn about this open swarm now. I think he was forced to be in the Farspace fleet, but he doesn't really have perks, therefore people want him out of the way. Yeah, I knew about the Farspace fleet. It does sound familiar. Was it part of a conversation Lucian had? Oh, maybe it might have been a conversation with Lucius. I don't think
You're finally back. So, is there still time to do the thing you asked me to remind you about?
Oh my god. Hello. I'm busy. Sorry, Rafi. I was looking for Lucid. Was it in Lucid Dream? No, I don't think it was in Lucid Dream, but I feel like also that was perfect timing. Oh my god, no. Getting in is still in the DAA. Yes, yeah. It's odd we don't have anyone we know closely connected to the Deep Space Academy yet. Raphael the Icebreaker. Open Swarm probably relates to the, more of the Abyssal Chaos storyline and maybe Zayne chapters. Oh, Death and Rebirth and Chain. Yeah. He's like, are you done reading now? Come hang out with me. I'm bored. I'm dying of boredom. It's true, because Viper went after him. I don't think it was during Lucid Dream. I don't know. I have to think on that. I have to, maybe it'll come to me in a dream or something. Oh, that was your cat. That's cute. It's very interesting. All of it's very interesting, honestly. There was also Lucian's comment about the chess piece closest to MC in the beginning of TOE, where he was referring to Caleb. Are we sure it wasn't at the beginning of TOE or TOY? It could have been at the beginning of TOY. That's why it's so fresh in my brain. I don't remember if it was like Lucian saying something or if it was Caleb specifically saying something. That's the only issue. I don't know why I'm so stuck on it, but oh no, some interesting stuff. Some interesting stuff. What haven't I listened to yet? We're not listening to it. Does Caleb know how much they did to get him there, though? I don't know. I think he's still a little in the dark about it. Then maybe it's Lucian who said something. Oh, it's a new tender moment. That's right. This one. I got this one finally. Caleb anecdote, maybe? I don't think it was an anecdote. I feel like it was an actual conversation. But I know why I was so stuck on this, because of the fact of know how jumbled our brains are, honestly. That's a good one. I'll save it for stream. We'll watch it together. Oh, you know what, Veerly, you might be right. It might have been Viper who said something during homecoming weens. Did I say Lucian? Well, they're both the same, basically. So, you know, who cares? Because Lucian sucks. Probably over, yeah, maybe that's what it was. No. I was just trying to. Whatever. Lucius. What if Lucian is related to Lucius? Honestly. Bring me my MLQC boys in here right now. I expect to see my Windy Cop. All right, I'm gonna actually change my music back to my calming music. All right, I think conversation is naturally coming to an end, so I think we're gonna end it here. Now we know for next time how long these are going to take. I mean, they took away model and TOI, so I mean They ended MLQC to bring them to lads. Yes.
Look at my face.
What is it with
I don't think I can
Lucius
stare at it for
being
30
the number
seconds
one
without laughing.
go-to name for bad guys? I don't know. That's a good question, Sky. I think we're gonna go ahead and end it here, though. I think it's a good natural stopping place here. We got some good information today. Let's take a look and see what we've got left. We have 3 left of the new one. Went after Caleb when he got to the DAA because he didn't understand why Lucius used Caleb, and then he went after him near his house. But of course, Caleb spotted him. Oh. I'll figure out what we want to do next week because I know these took a little bit longer, and we have 3 left of the new ones as well. So we may continue what we were doing previously. I just want to make sure we get through the new ones at least. But I hope you guys had fun today. I had fun. I thought this was a fun stream. It was nice to go through stories a little bit, something a little bit different. Yeah, I had a great time today. I thought you guys were all being really silly, and I had some good conversation. Lots of thoughts today, yes. Next week will be well, just for sure keep in mind that next week will be a continuation of this, so expect more World Underneath. You guys are all great conversation. You guys are all great lore enthusiasts, so it's a lot of fun to have conversation with you guys about this. Yeah, I guess I'll do my outro. Thank you all so much for watching. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe to the channel. I'd really love to see you guys around. I also have an Instagram and Blue Sky where I post nearly every day. I also stream every Tuesday at noon PST on YouTube. If anyone would like to support the link on HQ Operations, memberships are available. Just keep in mind, all content will always remain free. Also, thank you to the current members. We have Nina and Cece and Veerly and Sarah and Kira and Awkward Burb and all of them. Nina, I think, is one of them. So appreciate all the members as well. But until then, I hope that you guys have a great rest of your week. I will see you guys on next Tuesday. And as always, stay safe out there, hunters. Bye, guys. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Bye, guys.